Welcome to the sixth and final round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. 93 drivers, 6 tickets to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain are up for grabs. The first of which comes in Micromax, not in this race. This is the first of 2 heat races, followed by the final. At the end of the final, we will have our champions crowned. We are at Kartbahn Wohlen, the newly resurfaced, but in Swiss terms, the granddaddy of them all, the oldest, the most established track in Switzerland, just west of Zurich, very close to the town of Bremgarten, which was once host to the Swiss Formula One Grand Prix back in the 1950s. That is a dim and distant memory. Here is the future. Micromax underway. Pole sitter and championship leader Alexander Kristoff in the number 4 kart, getting a jump as they file through the very, very twisty 11-turn circuit. Out towards turn number 5 here we go. My name's Henry Baudet, by the way, in case you didn't catch it, and it's a very big pleasure to be able to bring you the 6th and final round of Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland's 2023 title series. The leaders come out of turn number 8 into turn number 9 on this 11-turn, 825-metre circuit. This is turn 10. Turn 11 is the little kink halfway down the front straight, and we complete lap number 1 of 8. The Micromax heats will run to 8 laps. Minimax heats will run to 12. All other classes, juniors, seniors, Max Masters, DD2 and DD2 Masters, will have 18 lap heats, 2 of them, and then into the finals this afternoon. But championship standings wise, as we watch Kristoff leading the number 17 kart of Hanga Sakani, Michael Blatter in the number 82 kart runs in 3rd position. Kimi Räikkönen, there we go. First one of the day, we got it in early. Robin Räikkönen in kart number 91 runs 4th. Devin Densler is 5th. Andreas Karakoulis is 6th. Then Luis Ferreira and Nico Yenny round out your 8 kart Micromax field. Championship positions, Alexander Kristoff leads with 457 points. He has won every single one of the 5 finals we have had this year. However, he's not having things quite all his own way. There's a group of 4 drivers there chasing him hard. He's got a 10 kart length lead. Into turn number 8 we go, and moving up into 2nd position there is the number 82 kart of Michael Blatter, the P-Performance Kart Republic mounted driver. Kristoff begins lap number 4 with a lead of 1.32 seconds. You're joining us here on Alpha Live, so please keep your comments coming in on the live chat. I will endeavour to make as many messages public as possible. Keep them nice and respectful. Concentrate on the racing. The weather is set fair for the day as we watch the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place karts come out of turn number 8 into 9. They'll double back on themselves through turn number 10. All the while, Alexander Kristoff is extending his advantage. Blatter runs 2nd. Robin Räikkönen is now up to 3rd on that CRG number 91. Then it's Sakani in the number 17 kart, followed by Devin Densler in the number 22. A little bit behind them is Andreas Karakoulis and Luis Ferreira. Nico Yenny seems to have vanished off my timing and scoring charts. Just having a little quick look at the qualifying results that we had earlier on. And Nico Yenny, former member of Team Switzerland in the Grand Finals, he doesn't appear to be here this morning. So he was entered but is not here racing this morning. So we've got just 7 Micromax drivers. Christoph begins lap number 6 of 8 and extends his advantage to 2.02 seconds. Now let's follow this battle through the middle portion of the circuit. They're going out towards turn number 5 now. Skirt the trees on the infield section. They double back on themselves into turn number 6 and then out to turn number 7. One of 8 right-handers on the circuit, out of 7, straight away into turn 8, and now hard on the brakes to turn number 9, doubling back on themselves once again through turn number 10. 11 is the little start line kink. We start lap 7, hard braking into turn number 1. They dip down over the little crest into turns 2 and 3. Lots of double back on itself here at Wohlen. They fit an awful lot of track into a very small area. It's tight, it's twisty, and as you can see, even with 11 turns, is quite difficult to make a pass. Christoph pulling away from the start, 2.41 seconds in front now from Blatter, Raikkonen, Sarkani and Denzler. And apart from Raikkonen moving up past Sarkani, Blatter moving into second as the last lap board goes out to points leader Alexander Christoph, the kart point drive on EKS course chassis. Down the hill through turns 2 and 3 come the chasing pack with Blatter, Raikkonen, Sarkani and Denzler still your order. Up the little hill, down towards the back end of the circuit, behind the trees here at turn number 5. A newly relayed tarmac for 2023. The lap record, incidentally, in Micromax was set in 2021 by Paul Schoen at 45.201 seconds, although I think the website, I'm looking at that, is out of date because Alexander Christoph 43.670, so I think the lap times on the website may be a little bit out of date. What a win by 3.45 seconds for Alexander Christoph. Michael Blatter comes home in second. Here is the battle for 6th position. The number 2 kart of Andreas Karakoulis finishes in P6. Luis Ferreira takes P7. So yes, the Paul Schoen's 2021 Micromax old track record on the previous tarmac, same layout, just different track surface, has been well and truly obliterated. It's the second round of 2023. It's been held here at Wohlen. I'm afraid I don't have the lap times from the first round here. I've got the results from the first round at Wohlen. Christoph won the final on that day from Blatter, with Sarkani in 3rd position. There is the number 82 kart of Blatter going over the weighing scales, the P Performance driver on the Kart Republic chassis. And here is the number 91 CRG of Robin Raikkonen, entered by Kartsop Switzerland. But no sooner do the Micromax drivers return to Parc Fermé for scrutineering, Minimax gets underway. 14 drivers. This will be a 12-lap heat race. Championship positions, the number 155 kart of Leo Gonzalez is your championship leader with 429 points, although it is very close between Leo and Leopold Jusch on 421, so just 8 points separate them, even though Gonzalez has won 3 of the 5 finals we've had so far this year. The rest of the field lining up behind them. 2 rolling laps, just because it's a very short circuit. Eric Radke in kart number 113 was initially on pole position with a best time of 41.791 second. It was Patrick Nagura second fastest in qualifying, followed by Ivan Aman. Ivan Aman 3rd in the championships, qualifying 3rd, but they now slow themselves down into 2 lines. Looks like we've got everybody present and correct. Florian Eggenberger, Leopold Jusch and Luan Seidel with the top 6. Leo Gonzalez only qualifying 9th in kart number 155. So they come into turn number, the exit of turn number 7. Which flicks them straight into turn number 8. Actually, that was coming out of turn number 10. They come to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing down towards turn number 1. We go. Radka holds on to the back of the pack. There are a couple of carts coming to grief. The number 115 of Pascu Rares was one of them, but both he and the other driver involved. I think it may have been Vitesse Levente Sarkani or possibly Cyril Sarkar that briefly came together, but they all continue without too much of a delay. But it's Radka on that bright blue Ubik Racing Kart Republic chassis who leads the way, with Ivan Aman in P2, Negura third, Jush, Eggenberger, Seidel, Frigg, Heidorfer, Gonzalez, Maiolo, and the rest. We complete lap number 1, and Radka with a half a second advantage. So because of the tight, twisty nature of this Kart van Wohlen circuit, if you get a good drop at the start and don't have to go to the first couple of corners side by side with anybody, that does give you a significant advantage. Although, as I say that, the chasing pack led by number 164, the driver of the Energy Course bodywork and the black nose cone, closing in on Eric Radka. Now, quite see the number on that second place kart. I thought it was Ivan Allen, but he runs a Kart Republic chassis. There is the scrap for third and fourth position, and that is the number 111 kart, the Ralf Schumacher chassis, red and white kart of Leopold Jusch, go past Patrick Negura. Leo Gonzalez, the fastest lap of the race so far, has already gained a couple of positions. He's up into P8. We'll be looking to see the MH Racing Energy Core chassis gaining further ground, although qualifying critical here at Wohlen. There's a move from number 125, Florin Eggenberger, at the inside of Leopold Jusch. I believe that was for, oh no, it was actually inside of Nicola Frigg. Frigg earlier on that lap got past Eggenberger. Eggenberger returning the favour. Now the top 3 beginning to break away. Radka, Aman and Jusch. Much of a breakaway. Change of fourth position. There goes Eggenberger past the number 104 car to Patrick Negura. Negura tries to fight back through the second part of the lap. Lots of cutback sections here at Wohlen. They come out of turn number 7 into turn 8 there. It's quite a bit of deceptive gradient here at Wohlen. Out to the final corner, turn 10 through turn number 11 to start lap number 4. Radka's lead stays at 0.3 of a second over Aman in the number 164 kart and Jusch in the number 111. Then there's a gap of 0.6 of a second back to Eggenberger. Well, it's actually 0.8 of a second now back to Eggenberger, Negura, Frigg, Gonzalez, Seidel, Heidorfer, Maiolo, Sarkani, Schultz, Sakar and Rares Pascu, recovering from that first corner. Was a half spin really, and he continues 2.5 seconds behind the rest of the field. Out of the final corner, and they start lap number 6. See lots of very close racing. There is the Sodi kart of Negura, kart number 104, the Grammy Power entered machine of Negura, who currently sits 4th in the championship. As we watch the chasing pack, there's the number 144 kart, Nicola Frigg, chasing Negura out of turn number 7 into turn 8. This is turn 9 on your screens now. It's one corner after another, and Frigg in that, well, no guesses for his favourite Formula 1 team are the Ferrari liveried kart of Nicola Frigg, briefly passing Patrick Negura. Negura on that Sodi kart chassis, fighting back the number 155 kart. That's blue and white, or predominantly white with flicks of blue. That is our championship leader, Leo Gonzalez, for MH Racing. And Leo has been on a tear. There's one round 3 of the championship at Lagi, then one round 4 at Vesoul, and the most recent round at Levier. So 3 wins for the last 3 finals for Gonzalez. That has propelled him into the championship lead, but Juche may have only won 1 final, but he has only been off the podium once in the first 5 rounds. So consistency the key, and at the moment Juche in 3rd position with the fastest lap of the race, 41.704 second. He would he wouldn't gain any championship points because championship points aren't dished out until the 2 heat races are completed. So drivers fighting for 2 sets of points today. The combined heat results gives you 1 set of points, 55 points for the driver overall best placed after the heats, 52 points for 2nd, 50 points for 3rd, and then the finals themselves, the same amount of points, 55 for the winner, 52 for 2nd, 50 for 3rd, then going down in increments of 1. But Radke doing a sterling job, I have to say. He is doesn't feature in the championship table, if I'm being perfectly honest. In fact, this is his, I believe this is his seasonal debut, Eric Radke, and he is certainly showing the championship regulars obviously not a completely clean pair of heels. He still has the number 164 cart of Ivan Aman and the number 111 of Leopold Juche right behind him, but unless Radke makes a mistake, we're now on to lap 9 out of 12. It will be difficult for Amen and Juche to force a way past. Here, look back at the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. They come out towards turn number 5. Eggenberger, Negura, Freak and Gonzalez. 4, 5, 6 and 7 in that order. The fastest lap belongs to Leopold Juche, 41.704. So this new tarmac really allowing the drivers to lap quicker than ever before here at Kartbahn Wohlen. Negura having a little nibble at the rear bumper of Florian Eggenberger's kart, but the Kart Shop Switzerland mounted driver Eggenberger rebuffs Negura's advances. It is Negura on that number 104 Sony kart, and go out towards turn number 5, up that little crest, behind the trees, the far corner of this very compact but extremely historic kart facility here. Say west of Zurich, the town of Waltenspiel. A stone's throw from Bremgarten, one of the most fearsome of the old European-style road races. And there goes Negura, muscling his way up the inside of Eggenberger, coming out of the final corner, and Eggenberger, with his momentum spoilt and, well, gets shovelled a little bit unceremoniously off the racing line. Loses not 1 but 3 positions as Freak and Gonzalez capitalise. So Negura opening the door and Freak and Gonzalez walking through uninvited, but certainly very grateful for it. As we look at number 113 card, Eric Radke for Ubik Racing. This is the conclusion of the 12th and final lap, and a lights to flag win for our pole sitter Eric Radke. Ivan Aman finishes P2, just 0.4 of a second down, with Leopold Juche next in line. There goes the number 162 kart of Vitesse Levente Sakani, who finishes 10th in that one. So it's Radke, Aman, Juche, Negura, Frieg, Gonzalez, Eggenberger, Luan Seidel in 8th, Heidorfer, Sakani, Schultz, Sakar, Maiolo and Pascu. The full finishing order, all 14 starters successfully making the checkered flag. So the micros and minis, the first 2 races of what will be a total of 2, 4, 6, 18 races that we're going to bring you today here on Alpha Live from Kartbahn Wohlen. It's got a, it's a very alpine look to the facility as a whole. It's how should we say this? It's a cosy paddock here at Wohlen, and the circuit is going to get very cosy in a few short minutes because it is Junior Rotax up next. 15 drivers, and they are about to be given the signal to fire engines and get underway for what will be an 18-lap heat race.
Als Schweizer Meister und natürlich auch sich für das Weltfinale zu qualifizieren, das stattfindet in der ersten Woche Dezember in Bahrain. Also sind wir gespannt. Kurzum geht's los hier mit dem ersten Lauf in der Kategorie.
So there is a look at the starting grid. Pole position in the green and white Tony kart. I believe that is, looks like Tino Siedler. No, doesn't look Spirit chassis. Is that Lenny Nevio Passeggio? 2-2-3, failing to get in the way. Christopher Holst. And Holst looking down, trying to get that kart fired up. The qualifying results saw, now Holtz trying moment in vain. Siedler on pole position, with Passeggio second. Then it is Naim Vrettag third. Andreas Lobu is fourth. Then Colin Meyer and Liam Flukiger on row 3. Christopher Holst should be on row 4 alongside Damiano Lanevi. Then it is Thierry Klishenman. And the top 10 rounded out by Anne Tenti, Dario Stiga, Toby D. Dapp, Sebastian Soren, do apologise, and Charles Troxler. Round out your 14 kart starting lineup. We did have 15 on the initial entry list, but we unfortunately have lost Georgi Zasov. And now the drivers begin to slow down. So Tino Siedler leads the championship with 448 points. Passeggio has 433, Meyer 403. So Siedler, who has won 3 out of the 5 finals so far, is going to be a tough nut to crack in terms of the championship. All Passeggio and Meyer could do is outscore Siedler and outscore him well. We're off and running into turn number 1 we go, and Siedler makes a clean start. No, it's a false start. You can see the green and yellow. Well, I'm sure I saw that marshal holding a green and yellow flag. Yes. Drivers haven't decided to slow down and get back into formation just yet. Now they have to, because there's a marshal with a large yellow board saying slow. And slow they must. There is that TB kart. Oh dear! Damiano Lanevi has found the tyres on the rolling lap. That Praga kart looks like it will go no further. Oh yes, the marshals taking it to one side. So for the second time of asking, Siedler leads the remaining 13 junior Rotax runners to the line. Lights are out. We are not off and racing again. There is still the small matter of the stranded kart of Damiano Lanevi being moved aside the circuit. That's the exit of turn 5, the entrance to turn 6. See the drivers go past it now, and we're also getting word that looks like Christopher Holst still stranded down on the W grid, so we are down to just 12 junior Rotax runners. Siedler on pole, Passeggio second. Top 2 of the championship, top 2 on the grid. Now, Siedler needs to get the field under control. The JJ Racing driver leads them to the line. This time we are racing, and a move up the inside from driver number 291, Naim Bretag, for the Ubik Racing team, and Passeggio has been muscled back to 4th. He's going to lose a lot more places. In fact, there goes another 2 karts as Bretag made the first initial move going into turn number 1. It looks like Lobu and Colin Meyer have also demoted Passeggio further back. Now, that has given Tino Siedler a handy advantage. It's a huge lead for the JJ Racing Tony Kart driver as they head towards the end of lap number 1. 9 Bretag for the Ubik team is second, side by side across the line for third, and up the inside in that Praga chassis. That's is it Toby? No, it's not Toby DD2. He's a little bit further back. It was Andreas Lobu, Colin Meyer and Liam Flukiger battling away. 204 Lando Norris kart of Colin Meyer was running in third. He's now dropped to 4th position behind the number 218 Kart Box Switzerland entered Praga chassis of Andreas Lobu, the driver who sits 4th in the championship. Lobu won podium this year. He was 3rd in the final at Lagi, and he's under pressure, and he gets overtaken there by Meyer. Forcefully muscles his way back into P3 on that Lando Norris chassis, the kart. Sorry, the 204 kart. Now, Passeggio is the back of this pack in 6th position. Well, he's the 4th kart in line with the plain black nose cone. The 2 drivers with orange crash helmets. Passeggio is the 2nd of them, and there's the problem that we have here at Wohlen, is that because the corners come so quickly, and a lot of them are, you know, sort of 180 degrees, sort of very tight hairpins, but they are very technical corners, and Passeggio sort of got a good run coming out of turn number 10, but then had to back out of it and actually made a little bit of contact with the rear bumper of Flukiger's kart, and then of course had to back out of the throttle even more, almost went into the barriers, the exit of turn number 10, which await any unfortunate driver that ventures towards their path. There they are, there's no runoff room at all coming out of the final corner. Sidler extends his advantage to 9/10. Well, as I say extends, he actually, Bretag with the fast lap of the race, 39.513 seconds. Closes to within 9/10 of a second of our race leader Sidler. Then there's a 3-second gap back to the battle you're watching on your screens now between Meyer, Lobu, Flukiger, Passeggio, and it's Usoren, Kilschenmann, DD2, Tenti, Steger, Troxler, and they're the only 12 karts to start this race. All 12 starters are still running. This 2-4-5 kart train for 3rd position around turn number 5. I said, please keep your comments coming in on the Alpha Live chat feature. Tell us who you're cheering for, where you are watching this event from, and yes, those of you watching in Switzerland, tell me why Wohlen. I mean, I know why, but tell the people why Wohlen is so important in terms of the karting scene here in Switzerland. It's certainly a throwback in every sense of the word, even with the new tarmac, the way that it sort of snakes, continuously doubles back on itself, using the contours of what is very cramped paddock. We're in a sort of a dell here in Waltenspiel. The railway lines beyond the back straight, a very short back straight between turns 4 and 5. The main start-finish straight, the only lengthy straight of note, from downhill towards 2, straight back left at 3, out up over the crest, flat out through turn number 4. Very short back straight, you've barely got enough time to get the kart set up for turn 5. This is now into turn number 7, that long right-hander that flicks straight back through 8, and then into the left-hander at 9, and then of 10 here. Cross the line to complete lap number 8 of, well, says 17 on the screens. I had 18 down in the programme. Maybe they've reduced the laps ever so slightly. Oh, and Seidler getting very, very close to the tyres at the exit of turn number 3. And Naim Bretag, new fastest lap, 39.409, is within 0.2 of a second. So Seidler had a 1+ second advantage at the end of lap number 1. Fast forward nearly 10 laps, and Bretag has closed that down to virtually nothing. Now we'll see a good example of track knowledge versus outright pace, because Bretag is the faster of these two karts, but Seidler, very experienced campaigner, raced at the Le Mans Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans early this year, as did several drivers we have racing here with us this weekend. But Bretag is not able to mount a challenge or even stick his nose fully at the inside to force Seidler to back out and maybe miss an apex. Seidler, a half check over his shoulder. We begin lap number 11 of 17. But behind these two, in fact 5 seconds behind these two, comes this battle. And it was a 5-kart train for P3. Andreas Lobu in kart number 218 and Colin Meyer in kart number 204. They've managed to separate themselves ever so slightly from Lenny Passeggio and Liam Flückiger, with Sebastian O'Soren in 7th position, holding a watching brief. Then there's a 2-second gap back to the TB kart, a very brightly liveried, bright green race zone entered TB kart of Thierry Kilschenmann. And there goes Kilschenmann, just briefly flashing across the foreground of our screens. Kilschenmann has Toby D. Dapp, Anai Tenti, Dario Stiga, Charles Troxler not far behind. In fact, they're all behind Klishman, they are all within 2 seconds of number 266 kart. It's a little bit further behind this group. Seidler still leads, but his gap, his advantage is only 0.16 of a second now over Naim Bretag, who is not just sitting there and having a nice Saturday morning. He's studying, watching and learning to see where he is stronger than Seidler, or where maybe even Seidler is stronger than him, to plan an attack for later in the day. On to lap number 13 now. The first time in what seems to be many laps, our race leader Tino Seidler actually extends his advantage ever so slightly over Naim Bretag, only by 1/10 of a second, but 10th nonetheless. Now, Lobu, Passeggio up to 4th, Meyer has dropped to 5th, then it's Flückiger, O'Soren is dropping away in 7th, and in fact it's Colin Meyer in kart number 204, the Prima Klima Racing Team entry, who is fading ever so slightly as this race progresses. He has been passed by Passeggio, who now sets off after Andreas Lobu. There, first of these two karts on your screens, that is Colin Meyer with the Cosmic chassis of number 214. The kart team Meyer entered driver Liam Flückiger. The closing stages now of this opening junior Rotax heat. And a change for the race lead. Naim Bretag has found a way past Seidler. Seidler looked like he defended too stoutly there. And of course he's thinking to himself, well, Naim Bretag is not in championship contention. In fact, this is Naim's seasonal debut here at the Swiss Rotax Championship. So Seidler's thinking, as long as I am in front of Lenny Novio Passeggio, which he is, to the tune of just 1 position now, as Passeggio fights back past Lobu to take 3rd position. There is Passeggio, you just see him briefly with that black nose cone on the privately entered Tony Kart chassis. But as they come out of turn number, the leaders rather, come out of turn number 9 into turns 10, they begin their final lap. Down towards turn number 1 go the 2 leaders. Here is the fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, led by Passeggio, Lobu, Maya and Flukiger. They snake their way through 2 and 3. A little bit of confusion. I had down on my timetable this was an 18-lap race, and it does appear as though we are going to 18 laps, not 17. So now the final lap board is being unfurled. There it is. I say unfurled, it's being held out for 291 Naim Bretag, who extends his advantage only by a tenth with the new fast lap of the race, 39.280, a tenth quicker than Seidler. As we see the defence begin into turn number 5, Bretag defends the inside, checking over his shoulder. Now Seidler will try the crossover move, but he'll be on the wrong side of the circuit at turn number 7, which they're in now. So Seidler has to fall back into Bretag's wheel tracks. Seidler has another little look going into turn number 10, but backs out of it. Maybe if that was a final, Seidler would have made a more concerted effort for the race lead. But as it stands, Naim Bretag takes the checkered flag and the win in the opening junior Rotax heat of the day by just 0.3 of a second over Tino Seidler. Lenny Passeggio potentially drops another couple of points to Seidler if he repeats that result, that 3rd place result in heat number 2, and if Seidler finishes in front of him, Andreas Lobu, Maya, Flukiger, Usoren, Kilscherman, D-Dap, Tenti, Dario Stiger, and Charles Troxler. Your full list of finishers. Junior drivers return to Parc Fermé as we get set for 25 senior Rotax drivers plus 3 masters. So the senior max drivers in the main class run in the number 300 karts. The masters run in the 800 karts. There is a look at the number 393 kart of Samuel Shah, and Shah is currently 2nd in the championship for the Ubik racing team. He has 417 points, but it's Samuel Ifrit, kart number 326. The Ubik driver, another one of those very distinctive blue and black Ubik liveried karts. And a quick look at the starting lineup tells me that, well, it'll tell me in a moment. The starting lineup says that it's number 377, Leo Gupsa on pole position, Samuel Shah on the outside of row number 1, Alessio Strollo on the inside of row number 2 alongside Luca Pozzo. Then it is Samuel Satelli and the championship leader, champion-elect, Samuel Ifrit in kart number 326, the 3rd kart in line on the right-hand side of your screens there. We did have 25 drivers enter. Let's have a quick head count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. So we should have all 25 entries on the starting grid. I was looking at the qualifying results. 38.435 was Leo Gubs's pole position mark. And look at that, just 0.8 of a second separating the top 25. In fact, we've got 26 drivers. I'm trying to see who has put a late entry in as the drivers head out onto the circuit for senior Rotax and Masters. So the Masters, the drivers with the numbers beginning with 8. The seniors are the drivers with numbers beginning with 3. Sadly, no tickets to the grand finals for the Max Masters class in this championship, so it's only the drivers in the main senior Rotax field vying for just one ticket to the biggest party in world karting. And Ifrid 451 points, Shah 417 points, Alain Berishville 386, and Berishville is starting this one from P7. So the full top 10. Gupsa and Shah row 1, Strollo, Pozzo row 2, Satelli and Ifrid row 3, Berishville and Maxim Harder row 4, with Maximilian Kamalander and the number 359 cart of Mark Schupman rounding out the top 10. Now our pole sitter Leo Gupsa will slow the field down. That very distinctive black and bright, sort of greeny yellow liveried cart. Easy to spot, as are the metallic blue Ubik quintet. Well, actually, there's a quartet of them, I believe. Samuel Shah up there. And who else is down for it? Ifrid, Shah, Kamalander. 3 of the Ubik drivers. And of course, by championship leader Ifrid, even though we only start 6 for this one. And the lights are out. I believe we are off and racing. Of course, with the close proximity of the final corner to the start line, it's hard for the rear end drivers to get themselves in position. But they somehow managed to, there, a little bit of a contact going down the back straight into turn number 5. Didn't quite see who that was back in the middle of the pack. And again, with so many karts on the circuit and so few overtaking opportunities, you have to commit and grab your chance when it presents itself. As that's why we see side-by-side sort of rubbing between some drivers, because of course, if a driver takes the normal racing line, he's being pursued, he or she is being pursued, then the pursuer will try their best to park their kart on the apex of the corner, just as the driver attempting to overtake turns in. It can lead to a couple of somewhat frank exchanges of opinion after each race, but thus is the competitive nature of Rotax karting. Gupsa leads Shah by 0.8 of a second. Shah has Pozzo a further 0.7 of a second behind him. Then it's Strollo, Berishville, Satelli, Ifrid, Kamalander, Schupman and Maxim Harder. Dominic Dunner is 11th, followed by Alessandro Jimenez, then Lorenzo Roncorni. Martin Pasandin is the best placed of the Max Masters drivers. He's in 14th place overall, ahead of Kai Traub, Kevin Ummel, Joan Bischoff, Henry Dos Santos, James Bischoff, Nora Loaka, Rico Blica and Jan Koch. Only 3 Masters in the field, as the number 326 kart of championship leader Samuel Ifrid. That was a perfect illustration of just how aggressive you've got to be to try and make a pass here at Wohlen. You've got to dive to the inside, even if there's barely a kart length width available, then stand the brakes, get the kart turned on a sort of diamond shape and get out of the corner before you are either undercut or the person you're passing takes a bravery tablet and retakes the position on the outside. Samuel Shah sets a new fastest lap of the race, 38.774 seconds, as he reduces Leo Gupsa's lead to just under 0.6 of a second. Oh, there's the 309 kart of Lorenzo Roncoroni. So Roncoroni out of the race. It becomes our first retirement of this heat race. Looking down there, 26 drivers began, 25 still run. Yannick Blum in 25th, Tristan Koenig 24th, Elia Jerome in 23rd. Then the third of our Masters drivers. In fact, we seem to have lost one of the Masters drivers. I can't see 8:01. Eric Jush on the lap timing screen, or in fact on the circuit itself. So it's a head-to-head fight in Masters between Miro Sviguza in kart number 851 and the class leader and champion-elect Martin Passendin. Now the field will be spread out. The finals in Juniors, Seniors, Masters, DD2 and DD2 Masters this afternoon will be a whopping 26 laps long. As you see the red and white Birrell chassis of number 385 Kai Traub giving chase there briefly to Kevin Ummel as we work lap number 7 out of 18, out of turn number 7 into 8. Now, final couple of corners. There is your battle for the race lead. Shah has passed Gubsa, so Shah now leads pole sitter and the driver that had the first 7 laps of this race, Leo Gubsa. And their advantage over third place Luca Pozzo is coming down. Pozzo, Pozzo 4th in the championship, and he is on 384 points. So he's not going to catch Samuel Ifrid. In fact, it's very much doubtful that anybody will catch Samuel Ifrid. But that's not going to stop the likes of Shah and Berishfield. Give it a jolly good go. Now there's a move. Back into top spots. Goes 317. 377. Leo Gubsa. To say that Shah didn't fight it too much. Knows it's a long race, and the opportunity will present itself. There was the opportunity that presented itself to Samuel Shah, and he took it. He did have to rely a little bit on Goobs to sort of noticing him hit. I'll start again, Henry. Noticing him in his rear view mirrors. Not that he's got them, but in his peripheral vision, shall we say. There, that's some of the tail enders, and Goobsa fights back. Shah briefly ahead on this lap, has now been shuffled back to P2. What can Goobsa do at the head of the field in clean air? The answer is, even with very limited slipstream opportunities, Samuel Shah was able to get a toe off the race leader down the start finish straight, and it puts him in a prime position to launch an attack on Leo Gubsa at some point in this race. We're on lap number 11 out of 18. Here we go. Through turn number 9. Now round 10. Start lap number 12. Gubsa's lead just 0.3 of a second over Shah, and Luca Pozzo has really closed in fact, just a 2-kart battle for the lead. Pozzo making it a 3-kart battle. Everybody else still squabbling over the minor placings, led by Mark Schupman, Samuel Satelli, Maxim Harder, and Dominic Dunner, the top 11, with Alejandro Jimenez with his repaired kart all the way up to 12th. New fast lap 4, championship leader Samuel Ifrid, 3rd on the road. Strollo, Berishfield, Kamalander and Schupman run in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. But now Ifrid has got to within half a second of Samuel Shah. It doesn't need me to remind you that Shah in the number 393 and Ifrid in cart number 326 are teammates with a unique team, different graphics kit. Obviously, Leo will have the advantage as we head through turn number 10. Leader already across the start-finish line, and every lap, the last 4 or 5 laps, Leo Gubsa has been able to just edge a little bit further away. The gap now to 0.6 of a second, and it is Shah under pressure from his teammate, the number 326 of Samuel Ifrid. Up over the crest they go to turn number 5. Under the watchful eye of the Rotax race directors. But Ifrid, he has got such an advantage in points over Shah. He can just sit behind, doesn't have to force the issue, doesn't have to risk or run the risk of trying to make a pass. It's not, it doesn't work. And Ifrid takes a penalty of some description, which reduces the number of championship points he'll score after the heat races. So he's content to just sit and watch, because he can just run directly behind Shah and Bereshvil all day, lose points to them in every single race, and still come home champion. Chasing back out of turn number 8 through 9 and 10. And briefly a side-by-side battle for second position. Shah holding off Ifrid. So Ifrid, just because he's got one eye on that ticket to Bahrain, he's not going to lose the level of aggressiveness that's got him this far. What he might do is be a little bit more patient. He would. As I say that, Ifrid goes, patience. That's not my game. Up into P2 for the championship leader, Samuel Ifrid. Shah on the number 393 cart. Lando Norris chassis for the Ubik racing team, as the last lap board has gone out. 18th and final lap, and it looks as though Gubsa, 1.3 seconds. I wonder if Samuel Ifrid sort of think, right, okay, I've effectively won the race between the championship regulars. That will help my cause no end. Of course, there's no feeling or anything like that. It's all good, healthy competition. There is your winner. Checkered flag goes out. Driver 377, Leo Gubsa, the Kart Shop Switzerland, entered driver on the Kart Republic chassis. As the rest of the field stream across the line, looking down the order, 26 drivers started. We saw Ron Caroni drop out early on, and then Rico Bleeker and Yannick Blum had a coming together on the last turn, or the last lap rather. There goes Blum across the line. It does look as though Rico Bleeker is stranded out on circuit. Now on to senior Rotax, the fastest members of the Rotax Direct Drive program. Now we sit and wait to be given the signal to start heat number 1 for senior max. Sorry, heat number 1 for DD2. 11 drivers. They will be, there is the pole sitting cart on the left hand side of your screen. On the outside row is Philippe Loacker in cart number 424. directly behind Luaka.
DD2 hier unten auf dem
Unmistakable Ayrton Senna designed crash helmet.
Wenn wir noch schnell vielleicht auf das
The Ayrton
Zeitfahren
Senna
schauen.
liveried crash helmet.
DD2 vom heutigen Morgen, da haben wir die schnellste Runde gehabt. Vom Leonardo Principali, Startnummer 404. Zwei beste Zeiten
Of course, the problem that we have with the cramped paddock surroundings here is that when we have big grids, like we do in junior and senior, the queue to get into Parc Fermé can be a little bit long. You've got to wait until those carts have been checked by scrutineering.
Führt mit 452 Meisterschaftspunkten vor der Startnummer 424, Philipp Loacker und auf dem dritten Platz.
Just looking at Leo Gubser in the championship position. Gubser.
Konzentration jetzt sicher hier für den ersten Qualilauf, aber natürlich auch für den zweiten und dann natürlich der Finallauf hier für die Fahrer an der Rotax Max Challenge Spitz. Ja, was sieht es programmmäßig aus? Jetzt haben wir, wie gesagt, hier der
Some of these here, and there you look at number 3, 2, 4 senior Rotax cart. And that bespectacled young man on your screens briefly, that was Yannick Blum. Here we go then. 11 DD2 drivers. Well, my entry list says 11, my eyes say 10. Now, Yves Schaub is there, so is Principali, so is Yannick Sen. Giuliano Cucciolillo. No, I think it might be. Let's have a quick check. Michael Kunz is there at the back of the field. Can't see Fabian Braganza in car number 488. And we will go around for another rolling lap. Cloudy skies here in Altenschwil. Few blue rays of sunshine doing their best to sort of peek through, and if they do succeed in peeking through, the temperature will rise exponentially. That will affect the grip levels on these Rotax carts. This, of course, is an Alpha Live production in conjunction with sponsors Prima Klima, but who will clean up in DD2, the ultimate Rotax class, and they are in the tram lines shortly. No, in fact, sorry, that's you're getting confused with the exit of turn 7 and the exit of turn 10. Now they come into turn 10 there. Only 10 drivers in total, so we did lose one of Zurcher. We'll find out who that was later on. Field plunges through turn number 5. Round 6. Principali trying to hold on to his lead for the MKC Motorsport team in kart number 404. There's a move back in the pack. And was that our championship leader, Leonardo Principali? Oh, he's leading the way. Was that getting past the Ayrton Senna crash helmet? It's the number 416 kart of Livio Pinti. Livio Pinti, the grainy power driver on a Sony kart chassis. Nobody really dropping off the back of the field. Here we go, into turn number 7. Double apex right hander. You've got to really tighten it up on the exit of the corner because you double back on yourself even more for the very short run out of turn 8 into turn number 9. And the CRG is now asking some questions. Mike Zurcher. come out of 5. You can see the leaders just to the left-hand side of your screen as the bulk of the pack coming into turn 5. They are only just coming off the first hairpin, which in karting terms is not a great deal when it comes to breakaway type races. As there's a move, one Sodi kart passes a CRG, and that was... What was that? Let's have a look. That was the 403 kart of Yves Schaub. Indeed it was. Schaub down in 9th position, just in front of Yannick Sen. Back up at the front. The chase is beginning to tighten between Leonardo Principali and Philippe Loacker, first and second. Matteo Bonella runs a close third, just 1.1 seconds off the race lead for Bonella. Then it is Kuntz, Zerka, Cucciolillo, Pinti, that's been Eric Moller, Yves Schaub and Yannick Sem. But Principali has been irresistible here, although the second place driver in the championship, Philippe Loacker, minimising the points that he is going to lose by finishing 1 place behind Loacker. So Principali has won 4 out of the 5 rounds. He won the first 4 finals of the season before giving best to Loacker in round 5 at Levier. Principali's lead now stands at 7/10 of a second. Crossing the line. The 424 kart of Loacker tries to chase down Principali. Last time around, almost caught me. Not quite though. Here's the 424 kart. Once again, Loacker. The advantage held by Principali down to 7/10 of a second. Out of turn number 10. They start lap number 8 of 18. A long way to go in this first this first DD2, because it's 2-speed gearbox karts. Speeds not necessarily here at Wohlen, but on circuits with very long straights. Speeds 130 kilometers an hour. 419 kart, Mattia Bonella. The Ubic liveries karts are very ubiquitous because there are plenty of them. They all look very smart indeed. Principali responds 38.454. And watch. See. No further battles developing for any of the major placings. In fact, this race quite spread out now, which can happen, especially, 2 drivers are battling, they close the pack up behind them, and then the one driver makes a move and pulls away, the other one continues to defend their position, and that does create some of these gaps between the contenders. But that is the nature of Wohlen. A far different cry to Franciacorta, Laghi and Verschaks. And Levier. Principali's lead 1.0 seconds over Loacker. Bonella, Kuntz, Zercher, Cucciolillo, Pinti, Eric Muller, Schaub and Yannick Sen. Battle on your screens now is between the number 443 kart of Michael Kuntz, chasing Kunz is Mike Zurcher, number 417 card. You can see the red and white race suit on. Now, as we watch the laps wind down, we see about Luaka trying to close the gap back in on Principali. A big hello online to the online chat. There's Hans saying good luck to Devin Densler in Micromax. Well, missed his first race, but he's got 2 more to go. Hans, you will get your fix of Devin Densler today, not to worry. Now, is that Vanilla? Well, here's a half decent scrap. Number 443 of Kunz leading Zurcher. This is for 4th and 5th positions. Cross turn number 9. Over that crest. That crest there is right the worst place for a driver, because the driver's thinking about getting the cart slowed down to make sure that they hit their apex, and suddenly they go over this little crest and they're being thrown towards the outside. So reaction times as well as conservatism at this stage of proceedings at least are the keys. Lap number 14 now. Principali is extending his advantage over Luaka. The gap between first and second is up to 1.56 seconds. Here's the number 419 kart, Matteo Benella. So Benella is the driver with the Ayrton Senna livery crash helmet. A bit further up the road. There goes scrap between Zurcher and Kunz. So actually now Zurcher, Kunz and Giuliano Cucciolillo in the 6th position. 4-2-4, Philippe Luaka holding on to 2nd place now. He's beginning to fade, and that won't give him any degree of confidence for this afternoon's 26th lap final, which of course Luaka 2nd in the point standings behind Principali, who will extend his points lead by another 3 points. That will put him 20 points clear if things were to stay as they are at the end of both heat races. There he goes. So it's behind the very iconic trees here at Kartbahn Wohlen. That little area of the circuit reminds me a little bit of Road America in Virginia. Just the ups and downs, the tree-lined course. Don't forget, if you want to join the live chat, you must subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, along with about 30,000 other people, I believe. And there's another battle going on, and that is coming into, I'm trying to figure out where that is on the circuit. That is coming into the final couple of corners. This lap 17 out of 18. The number 419 kart of Matteo Benella continues to hold off Michael Kunz as the last lap board goes out. Principali 2.5 seconds in front of Benella. Then it's Luaka, Kunz, Zurcher, Cucciolillo, Pinty, Eric Muller, Yves Schwab, Yannick Sen rounds out your 10 runners, minus of course Fabian Braganza, who was 10th in the championship, but he certainly won't go any higher. Will certainly lose a boatload of positions for not being on track for this final set of heats and finals of the 2023 season. So Team Switzerland in the grand finals. Got a proud record, not necessarily in terms of wins, but showing what they could do as a team as well, putting those cards together. And now we move on to the last race of the day. So Principali wins. Bonella does pass Luaka on the last lap to take second position. This is a full list of the provisional results. And of course with Warner looking to hoard some of his trophies of war in my view. Glauser, Teixeira, Eichenberger, Schaub, Gilberto Luaka, Eric Dow, Jan Andriano, Marcel Muckli, Ueli Fritchi, Stefan Dudler, Bassoni Gianfranco, Nicola Rani, Michael Hitchcock, Daniele Tommaso, Jean-Claude Zubrigan, Dimo Notafrancesco, Keith Williams all the way back in 17th position on this 17 kart field. Keith Wilson, who is, well, the championship is being led by Jan Andriano with 449 points. He has won 2 finals, won the first final here at Wohlen earlier this year, and he won at 7 Lagi. 2 finals apiece also for Alessandro Glauser. But here we go with the starting lineup for heat number 1, DD2 Masters. Alessandro Glauser and Tony Teixeira share row number 1. Werner Eichenberger and Daniel Schaub, row 2. Gilberto Luaka and Eric Dow, row 3. Row 4 we have Jan Andriano, Marcel Muckli, Ueli Fritchi, Stefan Dudler, Gianfranco Bassoni and Nicola Rani. And then Michael Hitchcock, further back than he would like, Daniele Tommaso, Jean-Claude Zubrigan, Dimo Notafrancesco and Keith Wilson. We shall see if there was a slight inaccuracy of the grid we have there, to apologise, but the 5.36 Jan Andriano, it looks like the 5.66 kart of Stefan Dudler, the Grammy Power Sodi kart drivers on the front row. Everybody else falls in line behind. 18 laps, lights are out, we're off and racing. From pole position, Jan Andriano takes the lead into turn number 1. All get through cleanly out of turn number 1. Downhill now into the S's at turns 2 and 3. Back uphill over the crest of Kink at 4. Short straight. Hard on the brakes for turn number 5. Somebody in the middle of the pack there, that on a Tony Kart chassis, making a very aggressive move and pulling it off. But the 2 teammates up at the front have been separated. Championship leader Jan Andriano still leads, but I think that is Stefan Dudler in kart 5.66. No, Stefan Dudler has dropped back. It is the 5.06 kart of Glauser who runs in P2. Dudler has dropped back to 3rd. Then it's Wilson up to 4th. So no, Keith Wilson didn't start 17th. He's in number 591 kart. He's running P4 and very strongly in P4 on top of that. Slowly chipping away at the advantage that these 2 drivers have. Wilson on the TB kart for the race zone team. And I have to say that I was in Indianapolis last weekend for the US Rotax Trophy final, and the TB kart chassis did very well in that event. Dalton Haynes using it to good effect as he booked a ticket to the grand final. So that bright green TB kart running in 4th position. Thierry Kilcheman has got one of those in, I believe it is juniors. So they're a very useful piece of kit, those TV kart chassis. Tell you what is also very useful, and Adriano's 0.3 of a second advantage. Now what that means is that he doesn't have to defend. He can just run his racing line. I know it's early in the race, but imagine that if Alessandro Glauser was close enough to make a move, I wouldn't imagine that Adriano would make it tough and would make it easy on him. I mean, Adriano has 449 points, Glauser 428, so a 21-point deficit does Glauser have to try and overcome. With 17 drivers in the race, all it takes is for one mechanical failure, one slip, one DNF for Jan Adriano, and Glauser can erase part of Adriano's championship lead. Glauser setting the fastest lap, 38.787 seconds, so you can tell that Glauser doesn't really want to sit in second position. He wants to have a stab at the race lead if at all possible. There is some side-by-side action coming out of turn number 9. Four drivers, all is a move. That was number 577, Michael Hitchcock. And the two Sony karts now wheel to wheel, side by side. Tyres smoking almost as they crossed the start-finish line. And it's the 525 kart of Gilberto Luaca, who emerges best placed those drivers in that battle. So Adriano leads Glauser by 0.5 of a second. Doodler another half a second back in third. Then Wilson with a new fast lap, 38.709. He's the first driver, I believe, in this race to break into the 4 minutes 40s. So underneath, that's the race time, 4 minutes 40. 38.709 seconds for Keith Wilson's the first driver to break under 38.8 seconds. Our leader, Jan Adriano, has just put in a personal best lap, 38.784 seconds. Run lap number 7 out of 18. So we're sorry, we've completed 6 laps. We've now completed 7 laps. We're on lap 8 out of 18 now. There's that TV kart I mentioned earlier in the hands of Keith Wilson. Wilson has got, Doodler is now back in the third position. Wilson's down at fourth. Marcel Muckley and Dimo Notafrancesco are within striking range of Wilson now. There is the 590 kart of Notafrancesco. Marcel Muckley in fifth position. Muckley on the Birrell, well, it says Birrell ART, but that's a very suspect looking Birrell, if that is true. The number 557 kart is not on the Birrell ART. He is 557. He is now running under the Team Buslinger banner. I wonder if that has got anything to do with former single-seater driver from the early 80s, Max Buslinger. As I have to say, Swiss motorsport heroes are generally few and far between, just due to the country's restrictions on motorsport that have been put in place all the way back after the Le Mans disaster in 1955, and that's what put paid the Swiss Formula 1 Grand Prix at Bremgarten. The Swiss F1 Grand Prix, the name did return in the early 1980s, but the Swiss Grand Prix, notably the 1982 edition, run at Dijon-Prenois in France, won by Keke Rosberg, and of course that was his only win that year. He went on to become the world champion. So these three drivers, Wilson, Mockley and Timo Francesco in cart number 590. The Kart Cam Maya MRP chassis. And Timo Francesco in that 6th place, just 4/10 of a second behind Mockley, who in turn is sitting behind Wilson. Wilson has dropped back from Doodler, Stefan Doodler in 3rd position by 1.1 seconds as we start lap number 12 of 18. Still looking at Keith Wilson, looking quite comfortable as he keeps Marcel Mockley and Timo Francesco at bay. Just look how spread out the drivers get in this DD2 class in particular. Of course, it'll be even more fun this afternoon with the final of this class, or the finals of Junior, Senior Masters, DD2 and DD2 Masters, are all 26 laps. That's going to be a real test of the Masters skills, if nothing else. Lap number 14. Adriano's lead is only 9/10 of a second over Glaus, but Glaus is unable to sort of get within lunge range. However, he still has a couple of laps remaining. This is lap number 14 out of 18. Sorry. This is lap number 13 out of 18. Across the line goes Wilson with Mockley, Francesco and Mitch. Hitchcock next in line. Werner Eichenberger is 8th, followed by Daniele Tommaso, Gilberto Loaca, Tony Texiera, Daniel Schaub, Nicola Rani, Jean-Claude Zurbruggen is 14th, followed by Eric Dow, Ueli Fritchi, and Bassoni, Gianfranco Bassoni, deciding on to be left out, although he is some 10 seconds on the back of the field, so obviously he's had an off-track excursion somewhere. His best lap 40.334, so he's not among the quickest drivers out there by any stretch of the imagination, but he could run competitively with the pack as we look at the number 533 cart, Eric Dower. Across the line, he has got Charlie Thomas behind him. So we're on lap number 16 now. Adriano's lead 1.1 seconds. There's the leaders flashing across the bottom of your screen as they come out of turn number 7. Now they're into turn number 8. Just when you think you've got one of these switchback sections at turns 5, 6 and 7. Another one towards the end of the lap as well. The 5-3-3 of Eric Dower running in 15th position. Of course, as the day progresses and we close in on the identity of the Swiss drivers, the grand finals, and there's a move, and that is a move from 5.87. No, that was Adriano setting a new fastest lap of the race. Five, some of those numbers don't look like they're corresponding, but we're on the final, well, on the penultimate lap now. Adriano leads by 1.47 seconds over Glauser. Doodler, Wilson, Mockley, Francesco, Hitchcock, Tommaso, Eichenberger. So it was Daniele Tommaso we saw making a move in that number 587 cart. Eichenberger, Loaca, Texiera, Schaub, Rani, Zurbruggen, Dower, Fritchi, and Gianfranco Bassoni. All 17 starters still running as we now run the final lap, and Jan Adriano has made it look comparatively easy. Good battle for 3rd place. This is the final lap with Doodler, Wilson, Mockley and Francesco. Looks like the Sovi cart of Francesco will hold on, but there is the checker flag Jan Adriano takes the win from Alessandro Glauser and Stefan Dudler. Keith Wilson finishes 4th ahead of Mockley and Nota Francesco. Wait for the next gaggle to cross the line. Michael Hitchcock in 7th. And then Tommaso 8th. Werner Eichenberger and Gilberto Luaca round out your top 10. Tony Teixeira, Daniel Schaub, Nicola Rani, Jean-Claude Zurbriggen, Uli Fritzi, Eric Dower, and of course Franco Bassoni crossing the line now. So back to the pit lane go our DD2 Masters drivers. That concludes filling through these heats thick and fast. Concludes the opening round of heat races. The 5.36, yep, that's Jan Andriano giving us a bit of a wave and a thumbs up. The 5.06 of Glauser. Well, Glauser, an experienced campaigner both at national and international level. Then you have to give best this year though to Jan Adriano in terms of the ticket to the grand finals. Adriano on course to extend his advantage by another couple of points over Glauser. That win as the Sodi kart of third place driver Stefan Dudler comes off the weighing scales. Kart trolley where the bumper it's very, very loose indeed. He's a lucky boy that didn't attract the ire of the race officials. There is Keith Wilson. Wilson finishing 4th there, and we look down at the 5th place filler going through there. That was Marcel Mockley. 590 kart, that's Dimo Nota Francesco. So there we'll have a look at some of these Masters drivers, some of the most well recognisable names in Swiss karting. There's a recognisable haircut, that's Michael Hitchcock. Born in the UK, now based in Switzerland, has worked for several Formula One teams, and Hitchcock, he's represented Switzerland a couple of occasions in the Rotax Grand Finals. At the moment running 4th in this year's point standing, so I don't think he's going to be on the plane to Bahrain. But stranger things have happened. The last time the Grand Finals were held in Bahrain in 2021, Hitchcock, I believe, had a top 10 finish. Well, as we look at some of the other Masters drivers, what is a DD2 Master, you ask? Well, if the drivers are over 32 years of age, they can race in DD2 Masters. Yeah, the DD2 is the 2-speed Rotax kart. So we have a lunch break here at Kartbahn Wohlen. This afternoon we have 12 races to go. Lunch break, you can see already some of the members of the paddock have got their various culinary delights. Just gives you an idea of, yes, we are literally in a sort of the dip of a small valley here in Switzerland. This kart circuit has been here since the early 1960s, I believe. The likes of Jackie Stewart, Jochen Rindt have raced here in the past, I'm led to believe, and of course the expanding nature of the sport. The tents are crammed in whenever possible, although that single row of tent there, they've got a grandstand view of the circuit. So as the paddock gets ready to digest some lunch, we will take a short break. Well, short break. First of all, we want to thank all the sponsors and advertisers that make this broadcast possible, and we will show some of their commercials now. Then we'll take a lunch break ourselves. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Central European time, 12 o'clock UK time. So in 1 hour's time, we'll be back with the last 12 races of the day here at Kartbahn Wohlen, round 6 of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship, brought to you by Alpha Live. It's a slow getaway from both front row drivers. And we're off and racing into turn number 1. He leads Michael Blatter by over 1 second. Now Denzler gets alongside Jenny. Jenny has the inside line for turn number 7, but Denzler is able to cut across the front of his rival. Lead them to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing into turn number 1, and now hard on the brakes for turn number 2. Off we go into turn number 1. The junior Rotax field head out and get themselves underway. We've got a 4-kart breakaway, followed by a 4-kart battle for 5th, 6th and 7th from the back of the grid. Samatano is down to 4th. Latino is 5th, and Colin Meyer is there in 6th position. They come to the line. Ifrid on the left, Kirch on the right. And the win. Cratch is second. Ommel is there for 3rd. Oh, and on the grass is Shah. And Ommel will complete the podium. Lights are out. We're off and racing here at Franciacorta. Into turn number 1 we go. All 18 drivers safely through. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Alpha Live's coverage of the 6th and final round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. Today is the day that we decide which 6 drivers go through from this championship to represent Switzerland in the biggest party of World Karting, the Rotax Grand Finals, to be held the first week of December in Bahrain. There are 2 sets of races to go. Micromax are heading out first for their second heat race of the day. We have the second round of heats, then the all-important finals. They will decide who are the champions of 2023. Let's have a quick look at the starting lineup. It is number 4, Alexander Christoph, on pole position. Alongside him on row number 1, Michael Blatter in kart number 82. On row number 2, we have Devin Densler and Hanga Sarkani. Row number 3, Robin Raikkonen and Luis Ferreira. Luis, one of 2 newcomers to the championship this weekend, alongside number 2, Andreas Karkaloulis. In the championship, Alexander Christoph leads with 457 points. Michael Blatter second on 421. Now the heat results from the race results from heat number 1 and the race results from this next race, those results are combined and the points are given out on the driver's aggregate ranking from those 2 heat races, and that accounts for 1 set of championship points. The second set of championship points obviously get doled out in the final itself. This morning, Alexander Christoph won the opening heat race by just over 1/10 of a second. Sorry, no, that was in qualifying. He won by 3.4 seconds from Michael Blatter and Robin Raikkonen, but the drivers are coming into the tram lines very shortly. 2 rows, or rather 3 rows of 2, and then 1 row of run at the back. 8 laps around this historic but newly resurfaced 825 metre Wohlen kart circuit in the village of Waltenspiel, just west of Zurich, near to the famous racing town of Bremgarten. Into the tram lines now, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter, and Alexander Christoph picks up from where he left off this morning. It's an excellent start from Robin Raikkonen in kart number 91. Raikkonen, who runs 3rd in the championship. He's a real rank outsider to take the title. Strange things have happened, but after Christoph won the opening heat race, it would take a minor miracle to deny Alexander Christoph, the kart point driver, the 2023 Swiss Micromax title. But they come into turn number 6 now. We go out to turn 7. Across the start-finish line. So a quick lap around this 825 metre circuit at Wohlen. They're into turns 2 and 3 now. Uphill, just avoiding that tyre barrier on the exit. They kick right over the crest onto one of the shortest back straights in all of karting. Now they turn right at turn number 5 behind the trees. Then they swing left, coming out of the infield section. And towards turn number 7, it's a double apex right-hander. And that sort of flat out kink left through turn number 8 into turn number 9 here. They double back on themselves around turn number 10. Being careful not to run too wide. That very unforgiving barrier there on the exit. The kink at 11. That is a lap in Micromax of the Wohlen kart circuit down the hill. Christoph leads, but Robin Raikkonen just 0.3 of a second back, having set the new fastest lap of the race. 44.128 seconds for the young Finnish driver aboard the 91 CRG. Such is the technical twisting nature of this circuit. It is difficult even in Micromax to get a slipstream and a tow, although coming out of turn number 10, which is where they'll be coming out of now, you can get a slipstream down this front straight, which has got that kink in it, but not too much of a slipstream. You need to be good on your racing lines, And Raikkonen is sort of following in Christoph's wheel tracks. The pressure's it's not fully off Alexander Christoph. He's done enough over the course of the year. He's won, just have a little look there, he has won all 5 finals so far. This is the 6th round. We started back in April at Franciacorta, and then came to Wohlen, and then went on to Laghi in Italy. Vesoul was round 4, Levier was round 5, and now we're back here, the home of Swiss karting, in Waltenspiel for the championship finale. This is an 8-lap race. We're already on lap number 5. Christoph responds to Robin Raikkonen's pace with a new fastest lap, 44.019 seconds. Further back in the pack, the battle for 3rd place is between the number 82 kart of Michael Blatter, who is 2nd in the championship. There he is on that P Performance entered Kart Republic chassis. Devin Densler in kart number 22 is trailing Blatter in 4th position. They are only 1.5 seconds behind the race leader, Alexander Christoph. Behind them, Hanga Sarkani runs in 5th position. The 2 newcomers to the championship, Andreas Karakulias and Luis Ferreira, won 6th and 7th, in the number 2 and the number 77 respectively. But now on this lap, finally we see Christoph and Raikkonen begin to edge away from Blatter and Densler, who are doing the sensible thing at this stage in the race. They're not battling side by side. They can't sort of do your traditional sort of drafting and bump drafting and slipstreaming just because the circuit is so tight and twisty. Yeah, 11 turns. All wrapped up in just 825 metres of circuit. Across the line to start lap number 7 out of 8. There is a deceptive amount of gradient as well, as the number 22 of Densler runs a little bit wide coming out of turn number 3. That actually gives him a decent run going into turn number 5, but he hasn't even had the slightest of glances up the inside of Michael Blatter yet. Maybe he's just waiting until the last lap. He takes a wider line coming out of turn number 7. Now they come through turn number 9. As the last lap board goes out for Alexander Christoph. He has scored maximum points in 2, 4, 6, 8 of the 10 point scoring opportunities they've had so far this season. This will be the 11th at the end of this race. The 2 heat results from today will be combined. Alexander has scored maximum points in all but 2 of them. He didn't score maximum points in the heats at Franciacorta or Levier, but otherwise it has been Alexander Christoph's year in Micromax. He's only 1 second in front of Robin Raikkonen, but we are rapidly approaching the checkered flag, and once again driver number 4 Alexander Christoph lights to flag a dominant win in Micromax, and he takes maximum points from the heat races, and he has 1 race to go before the almost inevitable crowning of him as the 2023 Swiss Rotax Max Challenge Micromax champion. Robin Raikkonen, a well-deserved 2nd position. Michael Blatter holds off Devin Densler for 3rd. Hanga Sarkani is 5th. And of the 2 newcomers, Andreas Karagulis just beats Luis Ferreira. The next time we will see the Micromax drivers, it will be in their final, which will be a 13-lap race later this afternoon. The drivers come in. Here's Christoph going over the weigh scales. Wheels himself off. And he will now go into post-race scrutineering, as will the rest of the drivers. There he is. It looks increasingly likely like this will be Switzerland's representative in Micromax in the Rotax Grand Finals. And he's got pretty big boots to fill. Paul Schön, I believe, a couple of years ago, Paul Schön was the Swiss representative, and Paul has gone on to do some great things. But that concludes the Micromax heats. Next up will be Minimax. Minimax 14. Well, we had 14 drivers on the entry list. So 14 drivers on the entry list initially in Minimax. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. It is Eric Radke on pole position alongside Patrick Negura. Ivan Aman starts P3, followed by Florian Eggenberger. Leopold Jusch is fifth, then Luan Seidel. Alexander Heidorfer in kart number 150 starts seventh alongside Nicola Frieg. Then championship leader Leo Gonzalez, only ninth to the grid, but he did make progress in the opening heat race. Matteo Maiolo is 10th, followed by Jolina Marie Schultz. Behind Jolina Marie Schultz, we have Cyril Sarkar, Rares Pascu, and the number 162 kart of Vitez Levente Sarkani rounds out the 14-strong grid. The race 1 result went the way of pole sitter Eric Radke on his debut in the championship. He beat Ivan Aman, who is third in the standings, to the line with Leopold Jusch, Patrick Negura, Nicola Frieg and Leo Gonzalez rounding out your top 6. Gonzalez, with 429 points, leads Jusch by 8 points in the overall season standing. But Jusch did gain a couple, or finished a couple of positions ahead of Gonzalez in the first heats. The pressure is on the number 155 driver, MH Racing's Leo Gonzalez, to get up and get ahead of that red and white Ralf Schumacher kart of Leopold Jusch. As the lights go out and we go racing, the field head down towards turn number 1, back into view as they plunge downhill into turn number 3. It looks like everybody is through cleanly. And now out towards turn number 5. Behind the trees, now into the infield section. Left, there is the white and blue machine of Leo Gonzalez, who is already up into 5th position. So a good start from the championship leader. Gonzalez hustling the kart through turn number 9, through 10. In front of him, drivers side by side. That's Nicola Frieg in the number 144 kart, the Ferrari liveried machine. Florian Eggenberger was alongside, but it's Eric Radke and Leopold Jusch 1-2. Gonzalez, almost came into contact there with Patrick Negura. Negura looking back to the inside, and he's actually defending was Patrick Negura in kart number 104. Alexander Heidorfer was right behind him, but Gonzalez can't afford any mishaps. He is going to lose a couple of points in the championship as things stand to Leopold Jusch, who has finished ahead of him in race number 1 and runs ahead of him in this event so far, but only on lap 2 out of, well, my 12. So 10 to go. The rest of the field all follow on behind, but it is Radke and Jusch trying to pull away. Frieg in 3rd. Then it's Eggenberger, Gonzalez, Negura, Seidel, Heidorfer, Aman. Poor start for Ivan Aman. Then Maiolo, Schultz, Levente Sarkani, Pascu and Sarkar. That is your full running order. Eric Radke in kart number 113 for the Ubik racing team. It was very distinctive metallic blue and black liveried machines. And Leopold Jusch, well, because Radke's not a factor in the championship, but of course potentially could take points off Leopold Jusch. So Jusch wants to at least get a heat win on the board. That would make Gonzalez's job even harder to outscore him in the heats, with only 8 points separating them. There goes Gonzalez at the inside of Nicola Frieg, going into turn number 5, and that puts Gonzalez up into P4. Florian Eggenberger is the next target of Leo Gonzalez. Eggenberger in the number 125 kart shop Switzerland entered Kart Republic. Oh, and there's Nagura again getting aggressive at the inside of Nicola Frigg. Looks like Nicola Frigg is starting to struggle a little bit, and certainly looks like the cork in the bottle, as it were, as drivers queuing up behind him. There's also in this group, there is Frigg. Oh, and Nagura sideways into turn number 2. He was looking to the inside. Frigg took the normal racing line, and Nagura stood on the brakes to avoid a collision. The back end stepped out. He did manage to catch the kart, but it's going to cost him a little bit of momentum, and with so many slow corners, maintaining momentum is key. There is Leo Gonzalez now closing in on Florin Eggenberger. Radke was able to keep the rest of the field at arm's length during heat number 1. He's under a little bit more pressure in this one as the field crossed the line to start lap number 6. Eggenberger sets the fastest lap of the race, so hopefully, well, Gonzalez will be thinking to himself, hopefully Eggenberger can tow me up to the race leaders. There's another defensive move there from Patrick Nagura going into turn number 5, and further back that was Cyril Sarkar in kart number 163 trying to make a move on Rares Pascu for 13th position. So battles raging all the way up and down the field. And now Nagura under pressure. He's been on the offense a couple of times this race. Now he has to defend, and he can't, as Luan Seidel picks up 6th position. Then behind them it's Ivan Aman in the number 164 kart with a black nose cone on his kart. That's well, it's a Kart Republic chassis. The graphics kit for a difference makes it look a little bit like an energy course, but it is a Kart Republic chassis. And through the infield section, now out towards turn number 10. Turn number 7. Now into turn number 9. Number 164 of Ivan Amen, who started the season so well with a win in the final at Franciacorta. Jush took the win at round 2 here at Wohlen, and in the last 3 rounds gone the way of Leo Gonzalez. Looking at Leo's results from Wohlen, didn't have a great final. He was involved in an incident and finished well down the order. Took 3rd place overall in the heats on the combined aggregate. So not the happiest of hunting grounds this year for Leo Gonzalez has Wohlen been. But he's got to keep just plugging away now the pressure is on. We start lap number 9 now, and Radke is pulling away now. Gonzalez is falling back into the clutches of Luan Seidel, who has just set the new fastest lap of the race, 41.395 seconds. Now this could be significant, because if Seidel gets past Gonzalez and pushes Gonzalez back to 5th, that might push Gonzalez back a position in the overall classification at the end of the heats as well. Certainly Leopold Jusuf is going to take 2nd place points as things stands. Radke, and there goes the number 137 kart of Luan Seidel. So certainly Radke would take maximum heat points. Jush, I think, would probably take 2nd heat points, and it could be 3rd or 4th for Gonzalez, which could reduce his advantage to 5 or 6 points before the last and most important race of the season. With 14 drivers, the difference 55 for a win, 52 for 2nd, then 50 for 3rd, and then down in increments of 1, so 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 39 points. You know, there's potentially a swing of 16 points in the final. So Gonzalez would certainly be somewhat nervous, knowing that one issue, one mechanical problem, he could finish as low as 14th. Juice will be starting, I believe, on the front row of the grid, if things stay as they are. And certainly it looks like Radke is going to take his 2nd win of the day, because we are on lap 11, and Eric has extended his advantage to 9/10 of a second, and now Florin Eggenberger closing in on Leopold Juice. So the moment, Eggenberger is Leo Gonzalez's best mate, as Gonzalez is unable to mount a re-assault on Luan Seidel, and Gonzalez is actually falling back into the clutches of Nicola Frigg in 6th position. Nagura still runs 7th as we now start the final lap with Aman 8th, Heidorfer 9th, Maiolo, Schultz, Pascu, Sarkani and Sakar, the remaining order. Half a lap to go. Radke is going to take his second win, but what can Florin Eggenberger do? We go into turn number 9 for the final time. Jusch has got to defend going into the final corner, but he doesn't. He leaves the door open, and Eggenberger thinks it's Christmas come early and takes P2. Jusch back to 3rd as they cross the line. I've got to say, I was surprised that Leopold Jusch did not defend. Now we have to look at Jusch finishes 3rd. Gonzalez did hold off Nicola Frigg to finish in 5th position. So, well, Eggenberger finished 7th in the opening heat race. So maybe Leopold Jusch is not going to lose a position on the grid, and it should be Jusch 2nd on the grid alongside this man, number 113, Eric Radke, in the final. With Gonzalez finishing 5th and 6th. He could start on the 2nd row of the grid, but Jusch certainly has taken a couple of points out of Gonzalez's lead as we bring to an end. There's a happy Eric Radke. As we bring to an end the Minimax heat races. Everyone going over the weigh scales. Junior Rotax will be up next, and 15 drivers entered. They are given the signal, and we are underway on to the first of 2 rolling laps. The grid as follows: Tino Sidler and Lenny Nevio Passeggio on row number 1, Naim Bretag and Andreas Lobu on row 2, Colin Meyer and Liam Flukiger on row 3, Christopher Holst, who does get off the dummy grid this time, and Damiano Lenevi on row number 4. Thierry Kilchenman and Anai Tenti on row number 5, followed by Dario Stiga, Toby D. Dapp, Sebastian Usoren and Charles Troxler round out your starting grid. The results of heat number 1, Naim Bretag caught and passed Tony Sidler for the win, with Passeggio finishing 3rd, Lobu and Meyer rounding out the top 5. Championship positions, Tino Sidler held a 15-point advantage over Passeggio coming into today's event, and he just needs to finish ahead of Passeggio in this race to maintain or even increase that advantage by another digit or 2 before the last race of the season. And there is Naim Bretag on the grass. He takes up his position. Looks like we have all 42, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yep, all 14 drivers are there. And they come out of turn number 10 through turn number 11 in the tram lines. Lights are out. It's a great start from Naim Bretag. It's a poor getaway from Timo Schindler. Oh, and a couple of karts coming side by side together out of turn 1. A little bit more rubbing his racing going through turns 2 and 3. And that's the number 221 kart of Dario Stiga, the Grammy Power Sodi kart entered driver, just dropping to the back of the field. And it was mainly drivers trying to get out of each other's way that caused a little bit of a domino effect. No harm, no foul, however, as the field now goes through turn number 6 on the opening lap out to 7. Sorry, that's through turns 9 and 10, to beg your pardon. At the end of lap number 1, Naim Bretag leads Andreas Lobu. Sidler is down to 3rd after a poor getaway. Then it is Thierry Kilschenmann, Flukiger, Passeggio, Usoren, Tenti, Troxler, who retired in the opening race. He is up to 9th, followed by DDAP, Lenevi, Meyer, Holst and Steger. But Tino Sidler, the fact that he made a poor getaway, will be somewhat comforted by the fact that he is at least still ahead of his nearest title rival, his only really remaining title rival, Lenny Nevio Passeggio. Now there in the bright green and white TB kart, the race zone team is Thierry Kilschenmann. And Kilschenmann there just holding off Andreas Lobu with the number 218 Prague kart, entered by Kartbox Switzerland. Then it's the very distinctive pink and purple Cosmic chassis of number 2 of Liam Flukiger in kart number 214. The kart team Meyer entered driver, the first of 2 drivers with identical orange crash helmets running nose to tail. The second of those 2 drivers is the number 211 kart of Passeggio, and you can see Passeggio jumping up and down in his seat. He needs to start making moves, and with the 2 drivers running side by side in front of them, can he capitalise? No, he can't, going through turns 2 and 3. In fact, it's the driver behind him, number 233, Sebastian Osoren, who is looking a little bit more aggressive than Passeggio. Passeggio sort of couldn't find track position, and when 2 karts go side by side here, they automatically lose an awful lot of ground to the driver that they're chasing. And you can see Kilschenmann has opened up a 20 kart length lead over Lobu and Flukiger. Now we see the number 211 kart of Lenny Passeggio making moves. He passes Liam Flukiger for 5th position. All the while, Naim Bretag leads leads the championship leader, Tino Sidler, by half a second. Passeggio has got to minimise the damage now, with 14 drivers in the race. Again, there'll be a 16-17 point swing potentially in the final. So Passeggio is 15 points behind. He wants to go into the final, at least with a mathematical chance of taking the title. Sidler won the opening 2 finals at Franciacorta and Wohlen. Passeggio had a very strong summer. He won the finals at Lagi and Vesoul. But then Sidler, the JJ Racing driver, fought back with a win last time out at Levier. Turn number 7 we go. Now up through a kink at 8 and into that. Oh, Passeggio late on the brakes. See the rear wheel cocking in the air as Passeggio stamped on the anchors to avoid maybe running into the back of Andreas Lobu, but it doesn't slow him down. In fact, he sets the new fastest lap of the race, 39.465, and he has got Lobu and Kilschenmann within striking distance. This is an 18-lap race. We're only on lap 7, so plenty of time remaining. And in the finals, the Micromax drivers have 13 laps, the Minis have 16, and the 4 other classes have 26 laps. That is an awful lot of steering input, and Passeggio makes the move. Lobu tries a crossover, but Passeggio, will he close the well? Lobu has the inside line, but no. Late on the brakes, you can see the back end just briefly stepping out. Passeggio controls it beautifully. Lenny Nevio Passeggio with another new fastest lap, 39.465, picks up 4th position. And he does really need to get past Kilschenmann. Timo Sidler is 1.7 seconds in front of this battle that you're watching on screen. Now, everyone is still running. Green flag there. Did we not see the background? A couple of karts having a territorial dispute. Yes, we did. And you see the driver on the left with the Swiss national team race suit on. I'm trying to decipher who that was. It was Charles Troxler and Christopher Holst that came together. Neither of those drivers finished the opening heat race. Troxler retired in the early stages, and Holst didn't even make the start. So they will both be starting from the back of the field as Passeggio dives up the inside of Kilshanman and takes over P3. Good precision move there from Passeggio. Now he sets sail. Does he have time to close what is now a 2.5 second gap to Tino Sidler? Sidler's responded with a new fastest lap of the race, 39.357. What I think Passeggio needs to do is sort of make sure that he doesn't come under pressure from behind. Maybe think about saving those Mojo tyres for the final as much as possible. Sidler is still chasing 9 Bretag hard, so Bretag in kart number 2, 9-1. He's not a championship regular, so he's not featuring in the point stable. So we've had Ubik Racing have basically turned up, and they're not spoiling the party, but they are certainly throwing the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the championship regulars, both in Minimax and this class, with Eric Radke in Mini and 9 Bretag here. Long way to go though. We've still got 7 laps of this race remaining, plus 26 laps of the final. Passeggio is edging away from Kilshanman. Just a couple of kart lengths here, a couple of kart lengths there, but it does mean he doesn't have to worry about defending. Now they cross the line. Timo Sidler, 39.357, and that was 2 laps ago. This time there was nothing to choose between his lap time and the lap time of the pursuing Lenny Nevio Passeggio. 12 drivers still running, with Stiga in 12th, Lenave in 11th, Dap in 10th, Maya 9th, Tenti 8th, Usoran is 7th, Lobu is 6th, Flukiger 5th, then Kilshanman on your screen there in the Race Lab TB kart running in 4th. He is being pressed hard by the number 214 Cosmic kart of Liam Flukiger. Flukiger has a look to the inside, going into turn number 1, and Flukiger makes the move to P4. Can Kilshanman fight back? The answer is not immediately, but Flukiger defends going into turn number 5. The rest of the field spreading out behind this battle on your screen now for 4th, 5th and 6th. Andreas Lobu, the 3rd member of this little party. And into turn number 9, the cutback section through turn 10. And Kilshanman just letting Flukiger know he's still there, but actually that doesn't do Kilshanman any favours because he has to back out of it, and that spoils his momentum, and it almost gives Andreas Lobu a chance to capitalise. Actually gives Flukiger a couple of kart lengths breathing space. Oh, going into turn number 5, that was Lobu launching an attack on Kilshanman, and it doesn't go well. Net result, Lobu carries on and Kilshanman eventually carries on, whilst explaining using the international code of karting drivers' hand gestures that he was not best pleased about that. Well, Kilshanman will return in 11th position, but meanwhile, up at the front, 9 Bretag on lap 15 out of 18 suddenly finds himself with a green and white JJ Racing Tony kart planted on his rear bumper. The gap, 1/4 of a second. Now Sidler doesn't necessarily, well, of course Sidler wants to pass 9 Bretag, but thinking championship wise, thinking ticket to Bahrain wise, Sidler doesn't want to put himself in any risk. He can afford to sit behind and take 2nd place, knowing that he has finished ahead of Passeggio in both heat races, and therefore will outscore him in the heat rankings and therefore increase his points advantage. Now, that's all well and good me saying that, sitting in a commentary box overlooking the circuit, but it's doesn't necessarily translate well to the mind of a driver whose adrenaline is coursing through his veins, looking at a potential race win directly in front of him. 2 to go as we head through turn number 1. Down into what is a dell, the base of this alpine valley that we find ourselves in. Now, uphill again through turn number 5. And not noticing 9 Bretag defend, not noticing Sidler attack. Now, of course, Sidler didn't defend going into the Sidler that didn't defend in the earlier race, and now at the same place, oh, up the inside, he wants to be careful, does Tino Sidler. He doesn't want to get a nose cone penalty. That was maybe his one chance. He's thinking to himself, okay, Bretag didn't defend, but he did sort of come across, try and take the racing line. No harm, no foul, disaster averted, so I might just sit here and use the old adage that points mean prizes. Out of turn number 7 through the kink at 8, and Bretag is defending into turn number 9, and he still does, yes, he turns in early to turn number 10, but it's going to be 2 out of 2 for Unique Racing and 9 Bretag in Junior Rotax. Tino Sidler, championship leader, finishes second, with his title rival Lenny Nevio Passeggio right behind him in third. That means that, looking at this, so I believe that Sidler will increase his advantage over Passeggio, unofficially of course, by another 2 points after the heat races. And that isn't going to be enough, but it will mean that there's a little bit of pressure off Tino Sidler. His destiny is in his own hands with 1 race in Junior Rotax to go. The 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. And there is 9 Bretag. Now, Sidler is entered under the JJ Racing banner. I know he raced for Strawberry Racing at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. And of course you have Bretag with a JJ Racing suit on as well. And, you know, everyone looks happy. It's good sportsmanship there at the end. There's Passeggio. Time for a miracle, methinks, in the final for Lenny. But without further ado, here comes the biggest grid of the... Is it the biggest grid of there? I think it might be. It is Senior Rotax and Max Masters. The grid, Leo Gupsa and Samuel Shah on row number 1. Alessio Strollo and Luca Pozzo, row 2. Samuel Satelli and Samuel Ifrid, our championship leader, on row number 3. Then it's Alain Bercheville and Maxim Harder on row 4. Maximilian Kamalander and Mark Schupman on row 5 with Alessandro... number 315 cart of Alessandro Jimenez on the inside of row number 6 alongside Dominic Dunner, Lorenzo Roncaroni and the leading Masters driver Martin Passadin in 14th position on what is a 26 kart grid. 2 rolling laps. Now there's no tickets to the grand finals for Max Masters, so only 1 ticket available in Senior Rotax. The race 1 result went the way of Leo Gupsa in kart number 377. The kart shop, there he is. He beat Samuel Ifrid, who leads the championship by a commanding margin. Oh, now what is Gupsa looking down at? That does not look particularly healthy. Now he was giving his steering a little bit of abuse. Oh dear, now look at that. That is Gupsa. So our pole sitter and race 1 winner out of contention before we even get to the start. So Ifrid and Shah, who finished 2nd and 3rd in heat number 1, will be licking their lips with anticipation. Also looking good, the 2 Ubik Racing drivers on the front row. Down towards turn number 1. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's an Ubik Racing 1-2. Oh, and there's another driver going right. That is the number 362 kart of Alessio Strollo for the MH Racing team. Somebody else was running white. Now, was Strollo just forced off and he's going to rejoin the back of the field? We will have to see. Ifrid, 3 wins out of 5 in the final so far. There's another driver sort of regaining the track after missing it a little bit, but regaining it at the back of the field. So, chaos at the start of Senior Rotax, heat number 2. It's Ifrid and Shah. 1-2, Ifrid in cart number 326 for Ubik Racing, and Shah, his teammate, well, they were gifted a front row start, a front row lockout by proxy. Leo Goopsa, I'm looking at my timing monitors, I can't quite see out of my window where Goopsa is. The answer is, along with Strollo and the number 385 cart of Kai Traub, Goopsa has retired. So Ifrid, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that he will take the championship, barring a disaster or an exclusion here today. So Ifrid getting his head down, and his teammate Shah. Luca Pozzo is up into 3rd position. Then it is Alan Bierschfield in 4th. Maximilian Camelander runs 5th. Samuel Satelli is 6th. So battling going further down the order. There is Goops. The cart was smoky, but you tend to see that on the rolling lap. But he was banging his steering wheel on the start-finish straight. So what has gone wrong, I don't know. Hopefully, Leo can get it sorted for the final. And there is another wagon that is no longer in the same condition when it left pit lane. Camelander in 5th, sets a new fastest lap of the race. Satelli is 6th, Shupman 7th, and Harder is 8th. Dunner 9th, Joe Bischoff is 10th, James Bischoff is 11th, followed by Alejandro Jimenez, Jan Koch, Nora Luaka, Henry Dos Santos, Tristan Koenig, Kevin Ummel, Elia Jeromin, Rico Blica, and then it is Miro Svagusa. And Miro Svagusa in cart number 851 is actually the leading Masters driver at the moment in 20th position, ahead of Martin Passadin. Lorenzo Roncaroni and Yannick Blum are the only 2 other drivers running. So 3 drivers out of the race. Oh, and a discussion between the 305 and the 3. That is Jimenez and Jan Koch discussing something. And the number 315 of Jimenez looks like he's explaining himself to Jan Koch, but the net result is that we have another 2 retirements, down to 21 runners. Of course, our championship leader Samuel Ifrid is oblivious to all this as he continues to lead his teammate Samuel Shah through turn number 2. Let's say Luca Pozzo and Dominic Dunner and Joan Bischoff, who is now, well, that's went 10th there. So behind the top 3, Pozzo, Bierschfield and Camelander are doing a very good job of keeping the leaders honest. They're not getting away. Ifrid 2/10 in front of Shah, who is just a half a second in front of Pozzo, with Bierschfield another 4/10 back, and Camelander in number 316. You're looking at him now. Oh, and that is a rocky end to Nora Luaka's Grammy Power entered machine, parked on the pebbles and out of the race. So they're dropping like flies here in heat number 2. Senior Rotax, Ifrid, Shah, Pozzo, Bierschfield, Camelander, Satelli, Shupman, Harder, Dunner and Joan Bischoff, your top 10. And behind them, it's a case of survival of the fittest. There's a move, and new leader, Samuel Shah in cart 393. Ifrid did not fight his case. He was quite content to allow Shah to take the position. The last thing you want to do is collect teammates, and the last thing Samuel wants to do is get in a situation where he potentially gets an exclusion or a penalty when the championship trophy is within his grasp. Yellow flags waving in the background. Nora Luaka looks like she is trying to dig her cart out of the gravel trap. There's a marshal standing next to her saying, actually, do you know what? You're a couple of laps down. I think it's a done deal. Go again in the final. The top 5 go through turn number 1. Pozzo, Bierschfield and Camelander chasing the 2 Ubik teammates, led by number 393 Samuel Shah. Shah has won the final in Vesoul and has been on the podium at every round apart from the season opener at Franciacorta. There is the third of the Ubik drivers, Maximilian Kamalander, whose earlier lap, 38.695, is still the fastest of the race. The leaders complete lap number 9 and move into the second half of this race. So, Ifrid is not in an awkward situation just yet. However, should Pozzo, Bierschwil and Kamalander close in on him, then he doesn't want to run the risk of getting nerfed out of the way or pushed off or get sent out of his rhythm and drop back and, again, incur a penalty or some sort of mechanical problem. But he doesn't necessarily want to attack his teammates. However, Pozzo, Bierschwil and Kamalander might force him to if they continue to close in. Behind the top 10, which is as you were, this was a few laps ago, no pass in the top 10. The last couple of laps, James Bischoff runs 11th, Henry Dos Santos is 12th, Tristan Conning is 13th, then it is Rico Bleeker, Kevin Ummel, Elia Jeromin, Martin Passendine, who is now ahead of Miros Sfagusa as the leading Masters driver. Lorenzo Roncaroni is 18th, Sfagusa 19th, and then Yannick Blum is the last driver still running in 20th position. And I've got to say, last time around, 38.82 for Shah, 38.81 for Ifrid, 38.7s for Pozzo, Bierschwil and Kamalander. Ifrid will maybe sort of give his teammate a gentle little love tap to say, come on, I'm still here, hurry along, hurry along. Ifrid doesn't want to get involved in a battle with his teammate, but he doesn't want to get caught by 3 chasing karts who will all be hungry to overtake him. So Ifrid's got his mind on the championship, everybody else has simply got their mind on the race win here today. Oh, and another driver stopping, that's Tristan Koning out of 13th position in the number 367 Kart Shop Switzerland entered CRG. Well, more karts sitting at the side of the circuit, almost, that we have still running. But not a problem for the top 5. In this lap, it looks like Samuel Shah has got the memo because he has pulled away a little bit. This is a good lap from Samuel Shah. Across the start-finish line, his personal best lap this race is a 38.794. That last lap, which was lap number 13, was a 38.85, and both him and Ifrid just a couple of hundredths quicker than Pozzo, Bierschwil and Kamalander. Let's get back to Satelli, Schuppmann and Harder going through. Behind Maxim Harder, there is a 3-second gap back to 9th place Dominic Dunner. So, Samuel Shah continues to lead the way through turn number 10. Ifrid in his wheel tracks. Ifrid just takes a check over his shoulder just to make sure that there's no one breathing down his neck. He doesn't have to defend, but he also now knows, okay, well, they're still a little bit too close for comfort, so the next opportunity he might just give Samuel Shah another little wake-up call potentially, just to say they're still there, not game over just yet. In fact, Luca Pozzo, in kart number 397, an MH Racing driver, on a particularly strong lap. He's actually put a bit of clean air between himself and the number 329 of Alan Berishfield and the number 316 of Maximilian Kamalander. As we go on to lap number 16, down the hill to 2 and 3. Up once again, over the crest, the right-hander at 4. They set themselves up for turn number 5. Now the infield section, the long looping left-hander at turn 6. Into double apex right at turn 7. You cut back on yourself, flat out through 8. Brake. Don't let the back of the cart step out too much through 9. Set yourself up straight away for the left-hander at 10. Don't run too wide. Oh, who was that just getting out of the way? That is Yannick Blum in the number 324 cart, going a lap down. Blum is the last cart still running in 20th position, although we saw Tristan Koenig at the side of the circuit. Did he get going again? I think Tristan may have got that kart running again. Roncaroni crosses the line in 18th place. Have to wait and see if Koenig got that kart. Yes, he did. So Koenig back up and running. But he is nearly a lap down with Yannick Blum now a full lap down. Final lap board goes out, and it's Shah from Ifrid. We're watching Luca Pozzo, who's within 0.6 of a second of the two leaders. Ifrid will come under pressure if Samuel Shah begins to defend. And he is defending. No, he's not defending. Ifrid to the inside on his teammate Samuel Shah takes the lead of the race just as Luca Pozzo arrives on the scene. We're now into turn number 9. Round 10. Shah's going to try the crossover, but he clips the curb, and it is Samuel Ifrid who crosses the line, takes the checkered flag as he continues his march towards the 2023 Swiss Rotax Max Challenge Senior Rotax title, and yet another appearance for the Swiss national team in the grand finals in Bahrain. The rest of the field continue to stream across the line while the survivors cross the line. It's Ifrid from Shah, Pozzo, Beerschwil and Kamaland your top 5. Satelli, Schuppmann, Harder, Dunner and Joan Bischoff your top 10. Rico Blica moved up into 11th position with a couple of late passes on Henry Dos Santos and James Bischoff, with Elia Jeromin, Kevin Ummel, Martin Passandin in 16th place, winning Masters again over Miros Vagusa, Lorenzo Roncaroni, Tristan Koenig, and a lap down, Yannick Blum complete the finishers, and that looks like a somewhat hot and bothered set of Mojo tyres. Now compare that wear with the wear on the number 397. I know it's Luca Pozzo. Let's have a look. Well, I've got to say, oh, they look even worse. Well, they're picking up a lot of rubber from the circuit, so some of those, that's the marbles, they will get scrubbed off, and it is a very pleasantly warm day here at Wohlen. As you can see by the arms and legs on show from the mechanics, that yes, new tarmac, grippy tyres, hot weather. The circuit has a lot of grip, and these are the type of conditions where if you go the wrong way on pressures, you could really cook your tyres in a hurry. So, next race up, it is DD2. 18 laps, and should give you the starting lineup and the race 1 results very shortly. In qualifying this morning, it was Leonardo Principali, your championship leader, who took pole position over Philippe Loacker, Mattia Banella, Livio Pinti, Michael Kuntz, Mike Zurcher, Yves Schaub, Giuliano Cucciolillo, then Eric Meyer and Yannick Sen. We don't sadly have Fabian Bregenza or Eric Muller. Oh yes, we do, sorry, Eric Muller is there in 9th position. In the race itself, well, Principali, who leads the championship by 22 points, took a dominant 2.2 second win over Mattia Banella, with Philippe Loacker second in the point standings, finishing 3rd in that one. Loacker's championship hopes hanging by a very, very fine thread at the moment. Principali, 4 wins out of 5 in the final so far for the MKC Motorsport team. And I've got to say, the formation isn't particularly clever at the moment. Will they get themselves tidied up before they get to turn number 10? There's the number 419 kart. That's Mattia Banella. Now, it says the CRG, but that looks distinctly like an FA kart, an Alonso chassis. So they come into the tram lines and lights are out. We're off and racing into turn number 1. It's a great start for Principali, and already with clean air, you can see him opening up 2 or 3 kart lengths over the rest of the field, who, to their credit, get themselves into single file very, very early. Why is that important, you might ask? Well, the more they battle side by side, the further away Principali gets. And each one of these drivers, they've raced in this championship all year long. They will fully be aware that when Leonardo Principali is in this sort of mood, he is pretty much untouchable. So they don't want to beat themselves by battling amongst themselves. They want to try and chase Leonardo down as much as possible and make him work for his win. .443 on your screen, Michael Kuntz. He is defending against Livio Pinti in the very distinctively liveried Grammy Power Sony kart chassis. There goes Pinti. He has got Giuliano Cucciolillo directly behind him in the bright blue and white machine. Then it is the number 427 of Eric Muller on the Sony kart. Then you can see the CRG of Yves Schaub and Yannick Sen just behind them. So the whole field at the end of lap number 2, separated by 3 seconds. Of course, that gap should increase as the race wears on. Principali and Loacker. Then Zurcher, Benella, Kuntz, Pinti, Cicciolillo, Müller, Schaub and Sen. The 4-1-2 kart of Giuliano Cicciolillo. The kart team Maya entered drive. It's a cosmic chassis underneath that very distinctive blue and white sponsor logo graphics kit. Speaking of sponsors, everyone here at Alpha Live and the Swiss Rotax Max Challenge Championship are grateful for Prima Klima for their advertising and sponsorship assistance during the season on the coverage side of the championship. Of course, without the sponsors, a lot of the drivers would be able to go racing, and the sponsors all necessarily be able to get the live stream as well. So, long way to go. On lap 5, Principali, 38.524 seconds. He extends his advantage over Philippe Loacker to just over half a second. And Principali, 452 points coming into today. Loacker, 430. Nobody else over 400. So it was a head-to-head fight between Principali and Philippe Loacker. Just looking to see where Principali won the opening heat race. Loacker was 3rd, so this title is Principali's to lose. We start lap number 6. The leaders coming to the conclusion of lap number 6. Sun shines in Switzerland over the spiritual home of Swiss go-karting. Trains clickety-clack in the background as they continue their monotonous journey, length and breadth of Switzerland. As I said, we are a little bit west of Zurich, capital city of Switzerland. We are right on top of the town of Bremergarten, and I would advise anybody watching this who hasn't heard of Bremergarten, well, on the internet and write in Bremergarten Formula 1 circuit. I'll give you a track map. It was a road course, in terms of public road course, one of the most fearsome and challenging circuits that Formula 1 cars have ever raced on. The likes of Juan Fangio, Alberto Ascari, Sterling Moss, all said that Bremergarten was like the old Spa-Francorchamps, a circuit that absolutely demanded 100% your attention 100% of the time. Of course, ran the Swiss Grand Prix until 1954, the 1955 running, and each running thereafter cancelled in the wake of the 24 Hours of Le Mans disaster that occurred in 1955. And it's a long, long time before any sort of motor racing on Swiss soil was permitted. Of course, one formula of motorsport that is very popular in Switzerland is hill climbing, because there's an awful lot of hills in Switzerland. But that is why we have a 6-round championship. Races not always taking place in Switzerland. Franciacorta, Laghi in Italy, then you've got Vesoul, Levier. But here is the spiritual home of karting in Switzerland, Wohlen. As the leaders now run lap number 10 of 18. And whilst I have been off on a historical tangent, Leonardo Principality has just cleared off. He is now 1.4 seconds ahead of Philippe Loacker, who is in turn just 0.7 of a second ahead of third place driver Mike Zurcher. Zurcher in the number 417 kart. Crosses the line. Then it is Mattia Bonella. We're looking at the number 419 kart of Bonella. 2.6 seconds behind the race leader. I've got to say that looks as though Zurcher and Bonella are closing in on Philippe Loacker. There's Zurcher in that number 417 kart, the BEO karting Paralin chassis, the black and white chassis with the driver with the red, white with black flinks, the Swiss national colours on his race suit, Mike Zurcher. He's being chased along by Mattia Bonella, Kudz, Pinty, Müller, Ciccioillo, Sen and Schaub are the remaining runners. All 10 drivers that started this race continue to circulate on this, their 12th lap. 417. Zurcher, he hasn't given up chasing Philippe Loacker down, but he is about to come under some pressure from the 419 kart, Mattia Bonella, as they come through the kink to start another lap here at Wohlen. Into turn number 1. There, in the blue, white, red flex race suit, that was Giuliano Cucciolillo. Guiliano Cucciolillo. See Giuliano there. Oh, and as it was bound to happen. The moment I said that everybody who started this race is still running, Yves Schaub's kart cries enough. Or in Switzerland, instead of crying enough, do you yodel enough when the wagon breaks down? Who knows? Whatever the problem, I'm sure that Yves isn't crying or yodeling, but I'm sure he is making some sort of derogatory sound coming out of his mouth. The fact that he is retired from this race. 9 drivers remain. Principali, again, looked like he was under a little bit of pressure, and now the second half of this race has put the afterburners into overdrive and has, well, he has absolutely sodded off, to coin an English phrase. 38.43 last time around. Philippe Loacker at 38.55. And Loacker has still got some breathing room over the best battle on circuit, which is the battle for third place between number 417, there it is, of Mike Zurcher, and the number 419 kart of Mattia Bonella. Through turns 7 and 8 into 9, you can see that Bonella is taking a tighter line into the corners, but he's not losing momentum coming out of the corners. That tells me that his kart is handling a lot more responsively than that of Mike Zurcher, who has to use all the track, maybe because his tyres are beginning to give up maybe just because they went slightly wrong in this particular heat on tyre pressures or on setup. There's innumerable areas you can change the setups on these karts. Of course, they're not all the same chassis, different design philosophy. For example, you're looking at Lawaka, and Lawaka is, sorry, you're looking at the number 417 of Mike Zurcher. That's a Paralin chassis, followed by an EOS or an Alonso kart of Bonetta. He's entered as a CRG, but that is not a CRG. You can even see the blue chassis frames. Now, behind Bonella, Michael Kuntz runs 5th. Livio Pinti is 6th. Giuliano Cucciolillo is 7th. Eric Muller, Yannick Sen. Remaining runners. In fact, Yannick Sen 4 seconds behind Muller. But the rest, the top 8, all within 7.5 seconds of that. This man here, Leonardo Principali, who starts his last lap in cruise control. He dips into the valley, comes out the other side with nothing around him but clear track. It's going to be a clean sweep and maximum points once again for our championship leader Leonardo Principali at the end of the DD2 heat races. Just a few corners to go. Still a good battle between Bonella and the number 443 kart of Michael Kuntz. They have got a couple of corners to go. Will Kuntz dive to the inside into turn number 9? No, he doesn't. Will Bonella leave the door open for Kuntz going into the final corner? We'll find out the answer. The answer was no. He did not leave the door open, and Bonella holds on to 4th position behind Zurcher, ahead of Kuntz with Livio Pinti, Giuliano Cucciolillo, Eric Muller and Yannick Sen completing the finishers. We have just one pre-final one second heat. Carried away there, calling it a pre-final. No. It is just another heat race. Even though this next race for DD2 Masters will be the very last heat race of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship season. At the end of this next race, it's finals all the way in, and there is a happy Leonardo Principali, and there's your 2-4 kart. That Philippe Lawaka certainly not as animated or as excitable looking as the race winner. Really have an answer for Principali. What can they do in the final to overturn such a deficit? Well, that's the final. The here and now is the last heat race of 2023. It is DD2 Masters. In the 16 laps, a quick glance at the qualifying order. It is Jan Adriano, the Heat 1 winner, on pole position. Stefan Dudler is second. Alexandro Glauser is third. Keith Wilson fourth. Then Timo Montefrancesco, with a good start from Marcel Merkel in sixth. Then Daniele Tommaso seventh. Top 8 rounded up by Werner Eichenberger. 17 drivers qualified for DD2 Masters. Starting shotgun on the field will be Michael Hitchcock in kart number 577, who retired for the opening race. Speaking of the opening race, that was won by Jan Adriano, but not by much of Alessandro Glauser, with Stefan Dudler, Keith Wilson and Marcel Mukiel rounding out the top 5. So, there are your front runners. They come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing 3 wide all the way through the pack, going through turn number 1. Somebody almost clouts the barriers. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the pack. 3, 4, a chain reaction. The 5-2-5 of Gilberto Luaca. He somehow managed to get turned around. I think Tony Texiera, Team Buslinger kart, sort of tapped him around. And then, as they all slowed down, a third driver, completely innocent party in it all, suddenly found themselves with nowhere to go and did a half spin in sympathy. So I'll give you names of the delayed pilots next time around. It is Jan Adriano, Alessandro Glauser, Marcel Muckley, Michael Hitchcock, Keith Wilson. From the back of the grid, Hitchcock is into 4th position at the moment. And now Ozan sets his sights on the very, very smartly presented number 557 kart of Marcel Muckley. Runs Birrell ART kart for the Peterson Flintoff trophy. And driver running a little bit wide there, getting back into the race. That I think could have been Uli Fritzi, who has dropped quite a ways to the back of the field. So yeah, Uli Fritzi slowing down, getting out of the way. Eric Dow is in 14th position. 13th is Gianfranco Bassoni. Stefan Dudler is 12th. Daniel Schaub is 11th. Jean-Claude Zubriggen is 10th. Nicola Rani is 9th. Dimo Notafrancesco is 8th. Werner Eichenberger is 7th. Danielo Tommaso is 6th. Keith Wilson 5th. Michael Hitchcock 4th. Marcel Muckley is 3rd. Alessandro Glauser is 2nd. And Jan Adriano with room to spare. Well, I say room to spare, not much room to spare, has to be said. Glauser is keeping him more than honest, as is Muckley in 3rd, with Hitchcock not far behind. In fact, as they crossed the line to complete lap 8, there were 8 people. Sorry, crossed the line to finish lap number 8. Just looking down, the top 6 separated by less than 2 seconds, and we are on, well, still early stages. We're on lap 5, just coming toward the end of it. We're on lap 5 out of 18. One driver, the Race Lab entered TB kart driver, or the Race Zone entered TB kart of Keith Wilson. Just glanced over his shoulder. He said earlier, Race Zone TB kart manufacturer put one of their drivers, Dalton Haynes, for Team USA, into the grand finals for the first time in his career last weekend at Newcastle Motorsport Park in Indiana. And of course, coming towards the end of all the regular championship seasons, as we're looking at number 507, Tony Texiera has decided enough is enough. And I think he was looking down saying tyre finished. That is bad news. He got 26 laps in the final to do something about that. Oh dear. Adriano now just 8 tenths ahead of Glauser. Glauser another 8 tenths ahead of Muckley. Muckley 4 tenths ahead of Hitchcock. Hitchcock 2 tenths ahead of Wilson, apologise. Side by side, briefly, going through turn number 10. And trying to see who those 2 drivers were. It was possibly Tommaso and Werner Eichenberger. Here's a look going into turn number 5. And the infield section. Out of the final turn. And we start lap number 9 out of 18. So at the end of this lap, it'll be halfway home. Adriano, 1.1 seconds at Point Glauser. Marcel Muckley. Back on track. Apologies, there's a bit of an audio break up there. Adriano, 1.1 seconds out the road of Glauser. Muckley, Hitchcock, Wilson, Tomasi, Eichenberger, Nota Francesco, Nicola Rani, and Jean-Claude Zurbriggen are your top 10 runners at the moment. And well, I think this is potentially tactical from Jan Adriano. He's eased back his pace ever so slightly to save his tyres, but I'm pretty sure that if Glauser suddenly started closing in, Adriano's got a little something up his sleeve, maybe, in reserve. Now, catching these three drivers. That's Motley, Hitchcock and Wilson. In fact, the Sony kart driver there is behind, also is that Tommaso in 587. Yes, it's a Grammy powered entry machine, but it's a Sony kart chassis underneath all the paint and plastic. As we now run lap number 12. Sorry, well, we're going to start lap number 12 very soon. Adriano, Glauser, Motley, Hitchcock, Wilson, Tommaso, Eichenberger, and the rest across the line. Lap number 13. Adriano, 1.7 seconds to the good now. Almost as looks like at will, he could just find that extra tenth when he needs to that nobody else has got. The field section is negotiated one more time. Alan Bierschel, I haven't really mentioned him too much. Different race, excuse me, but leading this group on that Lando Norris chassis. Eric Doe is down the order. Eric Doe down in 13th position of the 16 drivers still running. Gilberto Luaca is 16th, then Gianfranco Bassoni 15th, Uli Fritzi is 14th, Eric Dower is 13th, Daniel Schaub is 12th, Stefan Dudler 11th, Jean-Claude Zurbriggen is 10th. Nicola Rani is 9th, Dr. Francesco is 8th, Eichenberger is 7th, Tommaso is 6th, Wilson is 5th, Hitchcock, all chasing Jan Adriano. This afternoon sun has been replaced here in Switzerland by just a couple of ominous looking clouds, has to be said. As we watch 591 of Keith Wilson now having to fend off the unwanted attentions of Daniele Tomasi, yes, that was closing in on Keith Wilson. We also saw another driver retire, I believe, join Tony Texiera on the touch line. We'll see. Lap number 16, 38.79 last time round for Adriano. Nobody else on, well, 39.0 now for Glauser, 38.9 for Mockley, so it's picking up a tenth of a second or so every lap. You know, it's not much, but it's enough. 2.6 seconds at the road for Jan Adriano. 536. So Dimo Notafrancesco has also retired. And then there were just 15. Franco Bassoni in that 50th position ahead of, just behind Ueli Fritchi, Eric Doe, Daniel Schaub, Stefan Dudler, 10th on back. Here is the fight. Where are we? Here's the fight between 5 drivers, and it is Mockley, Hitchcock, Wilson, Danieli, and Eichenberger. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Now, what we're never going to find out in a post-race interview is how much Jan Adriano was using his tyres. Was he, really abusing them in an effort to get 2 heat wins? He has 3 final wins to his credit. He won the opening round here. In fact, the first race here, it was Keith Wilson who got maximum heat points. Adriano maximum final points. He has been either first or second in nearly every single points-paying session this season. But the checkered flag goes out once again for Jan Adriano. Alexander Glauser finishes a somewhat distant and potentially disconsolate 2nd place. Mockley is 3rd, Hitchcock is 4th, Wilson, Tommaso, Eichenberger, and Nicola Rani. That is your top 8 with Jean-Claude Zurbriggen and Stefan Dudler rolling up top 12. Rest of the field continue to cross the line, and so that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the heat races. Not just today, but for the entire season. Around the world, the various national Rotax challenges are all coming to a halt and winding down, crowning their champions. And of course, it's not just a trophy that you win; it is a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals for the winner only. But while we watch some of the drivers in DD2 Masters go through weigh scales, let's hear from 1 or 2 of our sponsors before we're back with the finals here at Wohlen. Final round of the Swiss Rotax Championship, brought to you by Alpha Life. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No sooner are the heats completed that the finals get underway. 6 races to go. 6 the longest, most challenging races of the season. Around the twists and turns here at Wohlen. Kartbahn Wohlen, to give it its full title. The first order of business, it is inevitable. Alexander Kristoff has won 5 finals out of 5. Can he go undefeated in 2023 in the Swiss Rotax Challenge and book his ticket to Bahrain as the Micromax representative for Team Switzerland in style? Alongside him on the front row of the grid, the driver that runs second in the point standings, Michael Blatter in kart number 82. Robin Räikkönen will start on the second row of the grid alongside the number 17 of Sarkani Hanger. And I'm just looking there, we've got 2, 4, 6, 7, all 7 drivers with the number 2 kart of Andreas Karakoulias at the back for the first of 13 laps. Lights are out, we're off and racing down towards turn number 1, and as cool as a cucumber, Alexander Kristoff slots into the race lead. Robin Raikkonen makes another good getaway as they head out of 3 up the hill, side by side between the 2 newcomers, Ferreira and Karakoulis at the back. They'll engage in their own private tussle, but the 4 drivers you're looking at there, that's what they need to do. They need to get single file and work with each other as much as possible to prevent Alexander Kristoff checking out. Oh, side by side for 3rd place, that is the number 22 of Devin Densler, diving up the inside of Blatter, the crossover move, and Densler holds on to the lead. Blatter's on the outside, into turn number 1 we go, and it is still Densler who has 3rd place. Blatter down to 4th with Sakani in 5th. Up front, Kristoff leads by 0.6 of a second over Robin Raikkonen. Into turn number 6. Now up towards turn 7, the double apex right, the entrance to pit lane on the exit of the corner. Now it's turn 9 and 10. This is where, for these young drivers, again, Micromax drivers, just 8, 9, 10 years of age, you can race micro up until I don't know. I think you can race micro up to 12, depending on how tall or light or heavy you are as a driver. But we are on lap number 3. Kristoff extends his advantage to 1 second, and look at that. Raikkonen has fallen back into the clutches of Densler, Blatter and Sarkani. Into turn number 9. The rest of the field can only watch in wonderment as Alexander Kristoff in kart number 4, the Kart Point EKS course chassis, just gets fainter and fainter, and pretty soon he will just be a little speck in their extended vision as Raikkonen begins to defend. Early days, I know, but Devin Densler is looking aggressive, and as Raikkonen concentrates on defense, Kristoff concentrates on increasing his advantage over the rest of the Micromax field. Raikkonen, Densler, Blatter and Sarkani still nose to tail, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Let's look. So Devin Densler has not had a podium yet this year. He's been there or thereabouts, but has not made it onto the podium. I'm looking at his final results. I think a 4th, 2 5ths, and a 7th. He was not at Levier, so he desperately wants to get on the podium once. He's been very, very consistent, but there's nothing that gives you a bit of motivation heading into the off-season than a nice shiny silver pot. That is what Devin Densler wants. Raikkonen doing a good job. The gap is now 2.4 seconds to the race leader, so all thoughts of a race win have gone for these 4. They're just concerned with which 2 of these 4 are going to stand on the podium. For Kristoff, this has been an outstanding year. It's not over yet. I don't want to put the commentator on him. We'll talk about him when the checker flag falls, but it has been an outstanding year so far. Raikkonen, Densler, Blatter and Sarkani still nose to tail. Raikkonen, he sort of goes a little bit defensive early, then takes the racing line, and then sort of slides back across to the inside just as Devin Densler was sort of almost contemplating having a little go at the inside. And now the crossover is on, potentially. No, Raikkonen takes a much more sweeping line through turns 2 and 3. Up the hill we go. Kristoff 2.7 seconds at the road as he continues his inexorable march towards Bahrain. Raikkonen having to defend once again. Here we go. Through turn, double apex at turn 7, the left kink at 8. And now you can see Denz taking a wide entrance, and he's got to be careful because Michael Blatter is so close. He went very wide going into the corner. He did it so he could get a better run out of the corner, but with Blatter in such close attendance, he's got to be careful. Now Raikkonen defends. Did he over-defend at turn number 1? No, but now Denzler, again, he's got that awkward situation whereby Blatter is so close to him that every time he moves offline going into a corner to maybe get the crossover or get an undercut, he could find a number 82 Kart Republic Peak Performance kart right on the spot of tarmac that he wants to be on himself. That's the risk now, that he is the meat in a 4-kart train. In that train, the caboose, that is Hanga Sarkani, who is doing well just to hold on to the coattails of these drivers, and second place is being changed. Roberts finally takes it. Raikkonen tries to fight back. Raikkonen up the hill, side by side, through the kink at 4, and now watch Blatter to the inside. Blatter gets his nose wiped for him by Robin Raikkonen. I have to say, okay, we're on lap 9 of 13 now, but Raikkonen, again, this is an age and an experience thing. You know, I think Robin was maybe defending a little bit too early, unless, of course, he can sense something wrong with that CRG that we can't, and is having to drive defensively because he doesn't believe he has the pace or the healthy kart underneath him that he needs. Who knows? Because Raikkonen defends again over Blatter, and look at Devin Denzler pulling away. Raikkonen has finished on the podium 4 times in 5 rounds. He has had a third. Oh, sorry, he's finished. Yeah, 4. He has had 2 seconds and 2 thirds this season. He's on course for another third. Blatter, meanwhile, 3 runner-up finishes for Michael Blatter. Hanga Sarkani, who is 4th in the championship, 2 third-place finishes in the final at Wohlen here and at 7 Lagi. So you know the driver, the white crash helmet, the back of this queue, you know that he is good round here in that number 17 kart. And Raikkonen is driving very defensively. I think this could be a kart issue or a tyre pressure issue that is forcing Robin to maybe defend earlier than he wanted to, defend more than he wanted to, because every time he defends, Devin Denzler gets further away into the distance, and Raikkonen's chances of taking another second place finish are diminishing. Lap number 11. We're coming towards the end of it now. Alexander Kristoff, with a lead of, get this, 6 seconds, has been in total command of Micromax, not just here at Wohlen, but all season long. And as we start our penultimate lap, the question is, which one of these 3 drivers on your screen, Raikkonen, Blatter and Sarkani, which one of these 3 are going to finish on the podium? Only one can. 2 will miss out. Denzler on course for a season's best result in second. Kristoff on course for a 6-event clean sweep in the finals. There is the turn number 9. Now we're around turn 10. On to the start-finish line, and Raikkonen now is maybe not under as much pressure, but he still takes the defensive line going into turn number 1. That's going to compromise his exit speed slightly. But luckily, it doesn't compromise his exit speed enough to allow Blatter from making a move and taking a podium finish away from Finland's Robin Raikkonen. We haven't seen much of our race leader, but we're going to see him now. 6 wins out of 6. Champion in Micromax, Alexander Kristoff. You can start booking your plane ticket to Bahrain, young man. You are the first member of Team Switzerland in 2023, and to do it in style. Last year in the Micromax Championship, I'm just looking back at the Micromax standings last year. Christoph was 10th. He only did a couple of rounds, both incidentally here at Wohlen. So his first full season in the Swiss Rotax Max Challenge Championship, and he is victorious. So congratulations to the whole Kart Point team. Oh, hang on. Now, this is the weigh scale. They're going to put him on again. Oh, dear. Now, well, firstly, if there is any industrial language, we apologise. Oh, no. By the looks of it, it looks like we have an issue on the weigh scales. And, hang on, here is... Now, of course, the regulations state if you are underweight, you're excluded. You're allowed to go over the weigh bridge twice. Now, Devin Densler and Robin Reichen and Michael Blatter could be set to things. So you can go over the weigh scales twice. Now, obviously, there could be a slight differential, you know, in Switzerland to other countries around the world. But in most cases, Christoph will be pushed over one last time. And if he is still underweight, it will be an exclusion. And if you're excluded, oh dear, body language says everything. And I have to say, this can be a cruel sport. These drivers are just 8, 9, 10 years old, don't forget. And I don't know what the regulations are in Switzerland in terms of whether you have to, if you get excluded, you have to count that 0 as one of your scores. There are dropped scores in this, and I haven't got the figures in front of me. I think you drop your worst 2 scores, but if you get excluded, you have to count that as 0, potentially. I don't know. So, have we crowned Christoph too early? There goes Michael Blatter, unofficially, provisionally therefore. Christoph crossed the line first. It looks as though he has failed the weight check. And that would provisionally hand the win to Devin Densler in kart number 22 with Robin Reichen second and Michael Blatter third. Blatter, let's have a look at it. There is Devin Densler, and I think he's just been told that Christoph has failed the weight check, and so for every heart break there is joy. And yeah, there's Robin Reichen, very sporting gesture. And oh look, there is Kimi Reichen on the trolley, getting his hands dirty, you know, quality father and son time. Only managed to call Robin Reichen and Kimi Reichen once today, which is not bad going. And so, if what we have seen transpires to be the official verdict in terms of the weights, that means that Devin Densler, Robin Reichen and Michael Blatter will be your podium drivers. What it does the championship, I do not know. Oh, right, we've got a driver. Now, he's either very excited or he needs a wee. One of the two, who knows? Ah, no, he's gone back to the garage. Are we going to go and find... Oh, he had to find his sponsor's cap. You can tell he's the son of a Formula One world champion. Now, yes. Kimi's like, yes, good. Sponsor cap. Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. And a thumbs up. There we go. So we will be doing the podiums after each final. Before we get to that, to find out who is on the podium officially, let's have a few words from our sponsors.
Das ist wichtig. Und da kommen wir zum ersten Platz jetzt für die Devin Denzler. Gratulation. Das ist also das Podium hier. Dritter Platz Michael Lachter, zweiter Platz Robin Reckler und erster Platz Devin Denzler. Hey, super gemacht hier. Schönen Applaus. Alles aufgenommen, alles gefördert. Super. Also, super, dann könnt ihr wieder zurück. Merci vielmals. David Denzler, Robin Reckler, Michael Latter. Gratulation.
Let's leave it here because if we come the right one after, muss er richtig noch nicht.
Finalrennen. Melden uns gerade zurück.
The carts will still have to go through scrutineering for any other technical checks, but there is your provisional Micromax podium, and as they vacate the circuit, it's time for Minimax. And 14 drivers, 16 laps. I shall just see if we bring up the starting grid here. Bear with me. Talk amongst yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Eric Radke has won both heat races, and he will start on pole position. Alongside him, Leopold Jusch. Leopold Jusch came into today 8 points behind championship leader Leo Gonzalez. He has gained a couple of points. Where is Gonzalez on the grid? The answer is there's Leo Gonzalez in cart number 155. And he looks like he is 5th or 6th of the grid. So you score points based on where you finish in the 2 heat races. And looking down, Gonzalez, wow. Now, he must have had potentially a penalty or some sort of issue, because Jusch is there on the second row. Gonzalez, I think, starting 7th. So this is a very, very tight championship battle all of a sudden. Unofficially, of course, Jusch would have scored 52 points from the heats, and Gonzalez would have scored 46. So this is very provisional, but that would have been a 6-point swing. So Leo Gonzalez, by my calculations, only leads by 3 or 4 points coming into this race. It's Radke and Jusch on the front row of the grid as we go green for the final time in 2023 in Minimax. Through turn number 1, Leo Gonzalez has got to focus on simply getting to and getting past Leopold Jusch. Radke leads from Florin Eggenberger, who has made a good start. Jusch down to 3rd. Gonzalez runs 5th with the number 104 cart of Patrick Negura in 4th position. So, Radke, a factor in the race but not the title, and already Gonzalez has gone past Negura. And following through is Nicola Frick. Eggenberger sets a fast lap of the race. The field go into turn number 1 for the second time. And Jusch and Eggenberger are hassling Radke, and that is allowing Gonzalez to close in. Gonzalez just needs to finish in front of Juice. He may be able to finish one position behind Juice, or two positions behind Juice, and still take the title. However, I haven't got the final figures in front of me, but certainly Gonzalez Gonzalez being outscored by Juice by my calculations, 6 points, and there was an 8-point deficit coming into this round. So I would say for Leo Gonzalez, his focus must be simple: finish in front of Leopold Juice, who currently runs third and fourth. And I have to say that you've got wow, you've got a blue cart, a red cart, and a white cart. Kind of reminds me of the 3 minis from the Italian job. Florian Eggenberger, thinking, before my time, before all these young drivers' time. Eggenberger, well, he can sing the Self-Preservation Society, because the red, white and blue are surrounding him in that number 125 cart. Radke is, now he's been under pressure throughout the entire day, but he hasn't slipped up once, has Eric Radke. Eggenberger coming on strong. So, in terms of finals, Ivan Aman, he won the opening round, and Ivan is down in 7th place at the moment. Leopold Juice won round 2. Gonzalez 3, 4 and 5. Eggenberger, he's only 6th in the championship and has finished 3rd twice. So, oh, there's a move from the number 164. Oh dear, there was a Negura ran wide. The 164 of Ivan Aman sort of dove in deep on Ivan Aman going into turn number 10, and then 2 drivers behind him, that would have been Luan Seidel and Matteo Maiolo. They just tried to capitalise. Now, Juice and Eggenberger really applying the pressure. This could help Leo Gonzalez if Radke starts defending, because at the moment there is a gap developing of 0.6 of a second between Juice and Gonzalez. It's 55 points for a win, 52 for second, 50 for third, then 49 for fourth. If Leopold Juice can jump Eggenberger or Radke, then every position counts. And there goes Eggenberger for the race lead. So, Eric Radke, he's led virtually the entire day, now on lap 6 of 16 in the Minimax final. Has to look at the rear bumper of another kart for the first time. Florian Eggenberger. I don't know if there's a relation, but of course, Klaus and Eggenberger run Ford World Touring Car team from the 1980s will evoke memories of people of a certain age. Those beautiful Texaco liveried Ford Sierra Cosworths that dominated touring car racing for a period. The likes of Klaus Niedzwitz and Steve Soap behind the wheel, but this is now the Eggenberger that you think of when you talk racing. Florian Eggenberger lead the way. Florian's never been to the grand finals before. He's not going to be champion this year. That is going to be between Leopold Juice and Leo Gonzalez. Gonzalez, though, does not seem to have the pace. Looking down, 41.6 for the 3 leaders, a 42.0 for Leo Gonzalez. So, as Leopold Juice going to take, Eric Radke retakes the lead. As I'm looking up and down the timing monitor, Eggenberger's time at the front comes to a temporary end, and Juice is doing a solid job here. Juice he's going to have to go at some point. If Gonzalez stays where he is with Nicola Frieg directly behind him, the difference between third, 50 points, fourth, 49 points, is the single digit, and by my very rudimentary calculations, that could still be enough for Gonzalez. However, if Juice starts making progress and passes Eggenberger. And if Gonzalez loses fourth position, we've got dropped scores to take into account, and I'm I'm not brave enough to start calculating dropped scores. However, it must be very, very, very nerve-wracking for Leo Gonzalez. Now, Jus checking over his shoulder. So he knows that Gonzalez is the next cart behind him, but he knows he's not under any pressure. Florian Eggenberger has got some waft in that wagon. Here he goes. No, Radke holds him off. Just over half distance. Behind the top five, Nigora runs sixth. Alexander Hayadorfer is seventh. Luan Seidel is 8th, Ivan Aman is 9th, Mattia Maiolo is 10th, Jolina Marie Schultz is 11th, then Cyril Sarkar, as we got a new leader. Florian Eggenberger retakes the lead, the crossover, Radke tries coming back, Radke's going to get a good run on the start-finish straight, Radke back to the front, will Jus capitalise as Eggenberger runs a bit wide through turn number 1? No, he doesn't. All 14 carts still running. And still, even with this chopping and changing for the lead, Gonzalez under pressure from Nicolas Frieg. Frieg to fourth position at turn number 5. Is it slipping away from Leo Gonzalez? He's got to fight. He just doesn't seem to have the pace in that number 155 MH Racing Energy Core chassis in this final. We're on lap 11 out of 16. And the next cart back, you've got Nagora and Seidel. They're now closing in. But look, Frieg has made the move and has already opened up 2 or 3 cart lengths over Leo Gonzalez. Oh, this is going to be very, very tight indeed for the ticket to Bahrain. Only the champion goes to the Rotax Grand Finals. Only the champion. Gonzalez, after such a strong run through the middle portion of the season, potentially can see it slipping away in the waning laps of the 2023 campaign. But it's not over yet, not by a long shot. This is a good run from Gonzalez. As we go through lap number 50, he looks to the inside, side by side through turn number 2. No, Frieg has the inside line for 3. Can Leo Gonzalez line up Nicola Frieg for a move going up the inside into turn number 5? No, he can't. He backs out of it. But Frieg is defending, and Gonzalez has got to be careful. He's got to make his move quickly, though, because Nagora and Seidel are closing in behind. It's now go time for Gonzalez. But Frieg does not want to give up the position. There are your 3 leaders. It's still Radke from Eggenberger, from Jus. I'm not sure. Please don't rely on what I'm saying in terms of the intricacies of the point standings. But I've got a feeling there are going to be 2 mechanics, 2 fathers who've got calculators in their heads, and they're just trying to tell their young drivers just to concentrate. Don't let the occasion overawe you. But they do know what is at stake. They know what is on the line. Oh, and Gonzalez is going to get... Now, that's significant. Gonzalez went for the move. Nagora and Luan Seidel stuffed it up the inside, and now Gonzalez drops back to thing. Now, there are dropped scores to take into account. I think you drop your worst final and your worst heat. Don't have to be from the same round, but Gonzalez has got a poor score from the second final, which was here at Wohlen. Wohlen has not been a happy hunting ground for Leo Gonzalez. And now, as we begin our final lap, Gonzalez finds himself in 7th and Jus finds himself in 3rd. Here's your battle for the race lead. It's Radke versus Eggenberger. This would be Radke's first win of the season on his championship debut. This would be Eggenberger's best result of the season. Could this be the biggest and most important result for Leopold Jus? Even though he's won around, this 3rd place could be massive. Out of turn number 6, into the double apex at 7. Radke has to defend. Eggenberger has one more opportunity. It's into this corner. But Radke has enough speed. He crosses the line. He takes the win. Eggenberger second. No reaction from Juice. Where's the reaction from Gonzalez? No reaction. I'm not sure either of them know who is champion. The rest of the field crossed the line. With Nicola Freak in fourth, Luan Seidel fifth, Patrick Nagura sixth, Gonzalez seventh, Ivan Aman in eighth, Alexander Hayador ninth, Matteo Maiolo is 10th, Cyril Sarkar is 11th, Jolina Marie Schultz is 12th, Vitez Leventi Sarkani is next, and Rarez Pascu rounds out the 14 kart field. So we now wait. Neither Juche or Gonzalez reacted as they crossed the line. There goes Eggenberger. He's happy. Nicola Freak, happy. So we'll look to the right-hand side of your screen now. There's the parents, the team managers, the dads. There goes Patrick Nagura. A thumbs up from Patrick. Of course, the championship officials, the Swiss Rotax championship officials, they will be calculating. Of course, we'll do the unofficial, the provisional podium on the stream. But obviously, the karts then stay in the technical area. And you see Robin Reichen's kart in the background just going back into his garage. So, yes, obviously, after the podium we saw, the scrutineering team say we want to see X, Y, and Z from the kart. And, oh, now. There is another problem. Is that number one? That's Luan Seidel. Hang on a second. He's going back onto the weighing scales now. If Seidel does not make the weight, oh, I don't think he has. An underweight exclusion. That would promote Gonzalez from 7th to 6th and give him one extra championship point. Now, here's the moment of truth for Leopold Juche. The kart box entered. Ralf Schumacher kart chassis. The weigh scale official is satisfied, but still no reaction. There's a reaction, so that's a well-deserved podium. We'll look back for Leo Gonzalez, so the number 150. Alexander Hayadorf has gone through. So you can see Gonzalez still visor down. Does not want to lift that visor. Onto the scales. Here's the word, good. Off he goes. He doesn't. I have to say, he does not have the look, the body language of a driver that has just won a championship and a ticket to the biggest event in world karting. Oh, you have to feel. This is every emotion. There's joy, despair. These youngsters and their parents and their families and their teams, they have been working all year. We will come back very shortly with the podium after these quick commercial breaks. So, here come the top three in Minimax out on to the podium. And an undefeated, perfect day for Eric Ratke. And there is the circuit commentator. So third place for Leopold Yu. She gets his trophy. I have to say, neither Jush or Gonzalez looking particularly overall. There is Florida Eggenberger with P2. Eric Ratke turns up, wins everything. Yes, indeed, young man. So there we go, your provisional top three in Minimax. Eric Ratke, Florian Eggenberger, and Leopold Jush. And yet we still don't know who will represent Switzerland in the grand finals. Of course, we cannot announce the ticket winners and the official championship results until each race result is declared official. But drama aplenty as now we look ahead to the third final of the day. This is where the races turn into real mini endurances. 26 laps for the junior Rotax drivers. Pole position will be driver 291, Naim Bretag for Unic, or for Ubik. Then Tino Sidler, the championship leader, on the outside of row number 1. Inside of row number 2, you've got the Praga kart of Andreas Loblu. And there's another of the Praga, that's Anai Tenti. Just trying to get himself on TV a little bit by spinning, warming his tyres up, going into turn number 1. He will, somewhat embarrassed and chastened, rejoin the rest of the field on the second rolling lap and retake his grid position. But Tino Sidler came into today with 448 points and scored 52 points from the heats. Lenny Nevio Passeggio, who came in today on 433 points. He will start on the, I'm looking down to see where he's, I think he's on the third row of the grid. So Sidler has, well, he hasn't all but wrapped at the title. We have seen 2 finals, we have seen 2 people fail the weight check. Not to mention any pushback bumpers, nose cone penalties, on-track incidents that are reported, or any other technical issue in scrutineering. So it ain't over till it's over. Lenny Kravitz sang that, and that's what Lenny Novi Passeggio will be thinking right now as we slow down. 14 drivers, 26 laps. Yeah, there's Passeggio, 5th on the grid. So Liam Flukiger, the kart team Meyer, 214 is on the outside of row number 2. Then Passeggio 5th. They come into the tram lines. Junior Rotax final is underway here at Wohlen. Down towards turn number 1 and down to the dip at turn number 2, all safely through there. You can see the, still like a mini roller coaster. Then you go up and over towards turn number 5. It's a good clean start from our pole sitter. It's an excellent getaway from Andreas Lobu, with Sidler settling in 3rd position. And Passeggio, where is Timo Sidler gone? He's right back in the pack. And now I didn't see a mistake. Is there a problem? But Tino Sidler has dropped all the way back to 8th position. Passeggio up into 3rd position. And Sidler, I think, maybe just take it easy. I didn't see a problem. I didn't see Tino run offline. But with a decent points haul from today already in the bag, and 3 wins out of 5 finals. You drop your 2 worst scores of the year. So Sidler picks off 1 driver. That is the number 250 of Toby DD2, the Burner Karting Club entered driver, and DD2 losing a couple more places. So Sidler now finds himself back into P7. There are one or two somewhat ominous looking clouds rolling in. Side by side for what is 4th position. As in the midst of all that, one driver that's made a very, very good start is Sebastian O'Soren. Sebastian O'Soren is only 8th in the championship, but there he is on kart number 233 and is now running in 5th position. Liam Flukiger has just got ahead of him, but yeah, 5th in the race for O'Soren in the red race suit there. And then you have the number 219 of, oh sorry, not the number 219, 204 of Colin Meyer, I do apologise. There is Tino Sidler, still 7th with Thierry Glischerman behind him in 8th. Toby DD2 and Anai Tenti round at your top 10. Christoph Holst, Damiano Lanivi, Charles Troxler and Dario Stiga are the remaining runners. And Dario Stiga has had an off-track moment and is some way behind the rest of the field. Everybody else still in contention as we go through turn number 5. This is lap 5 out of 26. And Bretag leads Passaggio and Lobu. Then it's Flukiger, O'Soren, Meyer and Sidler. Sidler has set the fastest lap of the race, 39.478 seconds. So really, it's sort of out of Lenny Passaggio's hand. He just got to try and win this race, maximise his point score, and then hope that the karting gods can do him a favour. Of course, Naim Bretag, like Eric Radke, not a part of the championship, has not raced in any of the previous 5 rounds, but has turned up for the Ubik racing team, and well, he's put his best foot forward, that's for certain. Passaggio and Andreas Lobu keeping him honest as they come out of turn number 10 through the kink at 11. Passaggio, another glance over his shoulder. He's looking to see where Sidler is. Now, he can't see Tino Sidler, so he knows, has Tino retired? Has it been an accident? You know, could that mean an exclusion? You know, was Tino at fault? He doesn't know that Tino is still running. It's a long way back. So that could give Lenny a bit of extra impetus to try and attack Naim Bretag for the race lead, and he certainly is looking like he wants to go about his business, does Lenny Nevio Passaggio. Into turn number 10, the privately entered Tony Kart chassis. You can see black nose cone, predominantly white side pods. As Passaggio goes up the hill, through turn number 5, Andreas Lobu beginning to fade away a little bit, and in fact everybody else behind them beginning to fade back. Flukiger in 4th is 1.2 seconds behind Lobu, then O'Soren is not too far behind Flukiger, then a gap back to of 0.6 of a second back to Tino Sidler, Colin Meyer, Thierry Kilchenman, Toby DD2 and Christopher Holst round out your top 10. Really, this is the best battle. It's for the race lead down the hill. Really, the cameras don't, there's great camera work here from the Alpha Live crew, but the cameras don't do the elevation change down into that dip and then back up again. They don't do it justice. It really is quite an intimidating drop. You come out of turn number 1, it's a bit like, for those of you that are familiar with British motorsport, it's a little bit like Old Hall Corner, the final corner at Alton Park, where suddenly you come out of a right-hander and then the circuit just drops away. And there's a move. Tino Sidler passed and gets repassed by Colin Meyer in kart number 204. No, sorry, that was number 233. I do apologise. That's Sebastian O'Soren in kart 233. The kart point on a Croc chassis, the only Croc chassis here, according to the entry list. But Sidler has now made that move stick and should move into 5th position. But still, Passaggio can't think about where Tino is. All he can do is attack 9 Bretag to try and win this race. Although, as I say that, Bretag has started to inch away. The last couple of laps, he's been a 10th quicker than Passaggio. And the gap, which was about the width of a cigarette paper, is now half a second. Doesn't sound like a lot, but there it is. That's not the battle for lead. That's Tino Sidler and Sebastian Usselen again. But half a second means that Bretag doesn't have to defend the inside line. He can run the optimal racing line. And he's checking over his shoulder regularly. So yeah, you won't. Yeah, there's Bretag. You'll not see him look to the inside. We're now approaching half distance. Still a long way to go in this race. Up the hill, through 4. And now, there is someone having a bit of an agricultural moment. That is Colin Meyer out of 7th place. So Meyer, for the Prima Klima racing team, who are big sponsors of our coverage here on that Lando chassis. Well, you'll certainly need a bit of Prima Klima to clean that chassis, because it has been grass tracking. And Meyer now finds himself, well, he crosses the line. He was 7th. It's going to be stone last for Colin Meyer. As we approach half distance, we're now at the end of this lap. We're halfway home, and Tino Sidler solidly, if unspectacularly, doing what he needs to do. Colin Meyer's actually dropped to 13th position. There's your race leader, edging away now, Naim Bretag. Passaggio, low blue. Then Flukiger and Sidler. So the battle now brewing for 4th position between 1, 2, 3, there we go, 4, 5. So Sidler has caught Liam Flukiger and is beginning to look like he wants to get past. There's the move. Oh, Tino, you got to be careful. Luckily, Flukiger saw him coming and just eased out of the way. The problem that you have, and I'm sure this is a regulation in every championship, if you get disqualified for contact, for getting involved in an accident which you're deemed responsible for, and that results in an exclusion, you have to count that score as part of your championship total. Each driver drops their 2 worst scores, heat or final, from the 6 rounds. And so Tino Sidler does not want to put himself in a situation where he gets hauled in front of the race stewards and excluded for, accidentally knocking somebody else off, to the extent that the race stewards believe that it's not just worth a position penalty or time penalty, but a full race exclusion. So every pass that Tino Sidler makes has to make sure it is waterproof, watertight rather. Lap number 16, 10 to go. Bretag's lead extends to 1.6 seconds, and it does look as though Lenny Nevio Passaggio may have overcooked his Mojo tyres in the first half of this race. His best lap is a 39.43. He's currently lapping at 39.7 second pace, so 0.3 off his personal best. Bretag is lapping 0.2 off his personal best. His personal best is 39.2. He is still lapping, 39.3. I think that Passaggio, yep, he's been passed for second, and Sidler is closing in. I think Passaggio bet the casino to go out hard and early to try and get the lead, and then hang on for grim death. And the gamble couldn't quite pay off because he just wasn't able to get his nose in front of Bretag. And there goes Sidler. And Sidler, now this would be the icing on the championship cake if he cuts across on Passaggio. No love lost there. Did not want to let Passaggio. Oh, Passaggio says, I didn't appreciate that very much. Now it's getting spicy. The two championship protagonists, Sidler cutting across Passaggio as they came across the start-finish line, and that would have riled Lenny up a little bit. And Lenny then thought, well, do you know what? I'm just going to tell you going into turn number one that I didn't appreciate that. He retakes the position. Now, Tino Sidler, he can't allow Passaggio to goad him into doing something silly. I am sure both those two drivers are equally as frustrated with one another. However, Sidler, in this stage, has a lot more to lose if he were to do something that the stewards really didn't like. They'll look into accidents, they'll look into everything, there might be a penalty there, he'll through turn number 5. So Sidler's got to be clean, and he does take the position there at turn number 6. And to be fair, Passaggio did not try to turn right hand down and turn left hand down and block him and cut up the inside line. However, he is following as close as humanly possible without actually sitting in Sidler's seat with him. Behind him is Liam Flukiger in car number 214 with Usuren next, then Klischerman, Dapp, Tenty, Holst, Lenevi, Troxler, Meyer and Steger. All 14 starters still running. This is lap 20 of 26. Did seem as though Passaggio's tyres were sort of crying enough. And I'm looking at the lap times. Passaggio 40.0. Naim Bretag is cruising towards victory here. Andreas Lobu, he is 4th in the standings and 2nd on track. That would be his 2nd podium of the year, but it would be his best result of the year. He's only had 1 3rd place, and he's doing a very, very good job indeed. Sidler obviously doing what he needs to do. Passaggio, like I said, he gambled on getting up, making a quick start, getting to the front, and then once he was in front, the plan would be to hang on. Couldn't quite get there. And now he's starting to fade away. It's been a brave effort from Passaggio. Flukiger is 5th. Usoren 6th. Klischerman 7th. The rest of the field trailing home behind. There's a move. That is the number 204 of Colin Meyer. So we saw Colin Meyer spin earlier on. Here he comes now, working his way through the back markers. He has passed Christopher Holst, Damiano Lenevi and Charles Troxler. He has still got a couple more to go. He's got Anai Tenty next in line, and that would give Colin Meyer 9th position. Damiano Lenevi in the other Praga car with a black nose cone and the orange crash helmet. Comes into turn number 10 now. We start lap number 23. And Naim Bretag cruising around a 10th of a second off his outright fastest lap. 39.3, 39.39, 39.4, 39.39. Ultra consistent and still 0.2 of a second a lap faster than Andreas Lobu. Sidler now runs 3rd. And he's half a second in front of Passaggio. This is a great scrap. And it's for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. In fact, there's the 233 car of Usuren. Actually, let's have a little look. They crossed the line. Darius, there they go. And on your screen, you're looking at number 218, Andreas Lobu, who is being caught by Tino Sidler. So this is for 2nd position. Andreas Lobu, this would be his best result. 3rd would equal his best result. We go on to the penultimate lap. Sidler doesn't want to risk it. Passaggio is there, waiting to pounce. It has not always been cordial between these two in this race, but now Sid looks to the inside. Andreas Lobu has no response. Tino Sidler up into P2. Lobu now has to try and hold off a fired up Lenny Nevio Passeggio for a lap to hang on to a place on the podium, which won't be hard. Final lap begins. Already Tino Sidler looks like he's celebrating. Don't celebrate too soon. Oh, hang on, the checkered flag hasn't come out yet. Now we're on the final lap, Tino. Oh dear, Tino Sidler. It's still racing. They're still racing, Tino. And now I think he realises that, oh dear, luckily he has a championship cushion. But up front, Naim Bretag, we haven't seen him much because he has controlled it. There's the checkered flag. Another win for the Ubik team. And Andreas Lobu does get his best finish of the season in second. Thanks to Tino Sidler, thinking that the checkered flag came out a lap earlier. Where is Tino? He's crossed the line in fifth. I believe that is plenty enough to give him the title. Well, Tino, it's better you make a mistake like that now when you've scored enough points to win the title than making it in Bahrain. I have to say, last year in the grand finals, a driver in in junior Rotax, thought he heard his exhaust come off and came into the pits a lap before the end of the pre-final, only to discover that it was the driver who was next to him on the track who had the exhaust come off, and that dropped him from 34th to 37th in the standings, with the top 36 going through to the grand final in the grand finals themselves. So it's better that Tino Sidler makes that mistake here than there. So the senior Rotax drivers are in the foreground. I'm pretty sure we will have the podium. There's Tino Sidler, the green and white, and he's shaking his head going, oh my word, I thought it was a checkered flag. And Andreas Lobu, there's a hug. And Tino's like, no, don't hug me, I'm a bit embarrassed about that. But still, great work there. Naim Bretag wins, Lobu second, Passeggio third. Sidler, well, he won't get to celebrate his championship on the podium, but he is going to Bahrain. He can smile, but joking aside, a lot of these young drivers, they have coaches, they have mind coaches, they have mechanics. They will go back and look at that process, and Tino will obviously know that you raced the checkered flag. So there we go. That is Junior Rotax. And now we'll have a short break and we'll be back with a podium. Oh, you lucky boy. Am I still on, or is it dead? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tino Sidler, now you can see Senna van Valstein talking with him. He goes, yes, I saw. I said, no, you get your head down. Senna knows all about winning the grand finals. But you can see the smiles. Yes, he's done it though. And you just can't imagine what is going through these young drivers' minds. Again, the junior drivers, 13, 14 years old. You know, the pressure knowing that you can go to the grand finals. You work all year, you've made a mistake, but you've just made it. And there's Jan Schwitter for the Ubik team, giving him a congratulations. And again, this is not a child sport. We've just seen 3 races where all the drivers are children, but this is an adult sport. It's simply performed by young people in some classes. So, 3rd place driver, Lenny Nevio Passeggio, on the podium. Once again, provisionally, of course. And it's P2 in the championship. Unofficially, of course. 2nd place coming out, best result of the year. And he needs to go and, well, you can't buy him a pint because they're too young, but he can go and buy him, I don't know, a bottle of Prime or some other disgusting energy drink to say thank you to Tino Sidler, because Tino effectively handed Andreas his best finish of the season. But here's your winner, Naim Bretag. Comes in, cleans up, takes the trophy, goes home. Job done. Your provisional junior Rotax podium here at Kartbahn Wohlen. Now, of course, we can't show the ticket giving ceremony because the results are not yet official. But please stay tuned to the, stay tuned to Alpha Live, stay tuned to Rotax Karting, and stay tuned to the Facebook page, the Rotax Challenge Switzerland Facebook page, where you will see confirmation of all the ticket winners when the results are confirmed later on. Now we move on to senior Rotax. Ifrid effectively is champion in kart number 326. He starts from pole position to Samuel Ifrid. He has been to the grand final several times before. He will go back this year as a senior driver. His Ubik teammate on the outside of row number 1, Samuel Shah, is 2nd in the championship, and the race director wants a word with the drivers. So all the drivers being invited out of their karts. Now, they're not all rushing up to the race director as the race director says, come here, I want to speak to you all. And do you remember, there's the board. Do you remember when I said there are some ominous looking clouds, ladies and gentlemen? Well, from the back of the circuit, those ominous looking clouds have arrived in force, and it is raining. What will happen? There will be a break. Look at the rain coming down. You can hear it. Now, brand new tarmac, well, brand new in 2023. There'll be all sorts of oils when it starts to rain on brand new sort of race tarmac. That does bring all the oils to the surface. And I think the race director has gone, okay, looks like it's going to be a heavy downpour. I mean, from my vantage point, can't quite see the entire panorama, but, well, thank you, Mr. Cameraman. The blue skies have been replaced by a haze of different colour grey, and some of those grey clouds appear to be leaking all over the paddock. Now, you saw the board saying wet race. Now, in the UK and other championships around the world, if it's declared a wet race, you must race on wet tyres. If it's declared an open race, you can race on wets or slicks. If it's declared a dry race, you must race on slick tyres. We all saw the race director holding up the yellow board saying wet race. By my reckoning, that means that everybody must go out on wet tyres. He didn't declare it open. And of course, from this camera angle, you can't see the rain coming down. What you will notice is that you will start to see the colour of the tarmac change, especially the shiny white paint. You can see the line at the very front of the screen there with the photographer in the yellow, in the purple jacket. As you see him walk towards that white arrow is glistening. And that is, it's glistening because it is wet. So, the first thing we must all look for is that everybody changes tyres safely. Now, karts are leaving the grid. I think what may be going on is they're saying, okay, well, instead of having a mad scramble and somebody forgetting to tighten a wheel properly, and when you all go barreling off at a turn number one, suddenly a couple of wheels come loose, which happens regularly when you have to change tyres very quickly in this very type of situation. Maybe, well, this isn't the announcement. Well, I don't know what your Swiss or French or German or Belgian is like. It's probably better than mine, but it's still a wet race. There is a happy camper putting a wet tyre on the kart of 304, Elia Jeromin, the GTA Racing Parolin chassis. The Gillard of number 315, Alejandro Jimenez, Elia Jeromin's GTA Racing teammate, although different graphics kits, the Bolt sponsorship on Jeromin's kart. So all action here on the grid. We haven't been given an exact start time from our race director. There are 26, I believe, drivers to get through in a course. Yes, not every team, the privateers, they haven't got some of the tools necessary, they haven't got the manpower, so to speak. But you can see now on the circuit, that is a very heavy rain cloud. And I think that is why the race director didn't even consider sending them out on slick tyres, because that cloud is not just a dark cloud, it's a very dark cloud. It's a very, very dark cloud, which normally means it contains an awful lot of moisture. There is big raindrops on the exhaust pipes of the Senior Max grid. Championship situation, we said, Samuel Ifrid is all home and dry. Well, he's not home because he's at Wohlen, and he's not dry because it's raining. And what's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot see the drivers wearing? Wetsuits. Now, this is a two-part thing. Number one, it means that if it carries on raining or it gets harder, 26 laps, they are going to be very cold and very wet if they don't put their wetsuits on. It does, however, negate the issue with weight, because a wet race suit can weigh 20,000 tons. Trust me, I've sat in a cart, got out in a race, and it's poured down, and yes, you needed a stair lift, you needed a winch to get me out of the cart afterwards. You need a winch to get me out of the cart nowadays, but that's a different reason. That's because I am no longer young and I'm no longer young and fit and on race weight. And oh, there's people sliding around in the background. Wet tyres and wet rims weigh a little bit less than slick tyres and slick rims. Now, do the mechanics have time to top up the fuel tanks to counteract the slight adjustment in weight? If not, then the race suits obviously are part of the post-race scrutineering, and the water that they retain and the extra weight that that gives them, that could help out. Umbrella's the order of the day, and I have to say, looking at that picture there and looking from my vantage point, that the race director made the absolute correct decision to delay proceedings and give every driver a chance, or almost tell them, you must put on wet tyres. We're still a few minutes away from returning to on-track activity, so whilst the happy spectators at Wohlen peer through the gloom and the precipitation, we'll speak to some of our sponsors. 3 finals down, 3 to go. And you can see the chaos here at Kartbaan Wohlen. What started as a warm, sunny, very pleasant Saturday morning here in the small town of Woltenschwil, west of Zurich, near the forest-lined roads of Bremgarten, has turned into a real autumnal downpour. And there are glum faces everywhere, as you can see. This was not part of the plan. We have senior Rotax up next, and I have to say that Samuel Ifrid has all but sealed the championship and the ticket to Bahrain. Then we have DD2, which Leonardo Principali has, again, it's not signed, sealed and delivered, but he has done an awful lot. And then in DD2 Masters, Jan Adriano has been on top form. So I have to say that the 3 classes that were very, very tight, or the 2 of the 3 classes that were very, very tight, have already been on. And there's somebody going out on slicks. James Bischoff. Well, now, is that because he doesn't have wet tyres? Is that because maybe in Switzerland, and I have to say there's a couple of drivers on slick tyres. Right, and that is James Bischoff. That is a Panamanian flag next to his name. And a couple of drivers from Panama qualify for the grand finals. So let's have a quick look out. So Bischoff is on slicks. That was 372. We've also got 305. Jan Koch starting. We saw Jan go out of the pre-final, so he's gambling. I have to say, well, 26 laps is a long race. And the number 323 gambling, Nora Luaka. We saw Nora parking her go-kart in the middle of the field in the pre-final. So a lot of the drivers at the back, well, why not? Why not? 324. That's Yannick Blum. And the number 851. So the 851 kart is Miro Svagusa. We'll try and see where the and both Max Masters, Martin Passenden, are on slick tyres. There's the 372 on, but there was one other car opposite James Bischoff, whose number I couldn't quite get. And let's have a little look. It was, no, the camera's going to get run out of the way. Thank you very much. Good work there. But let's try and see. Starting opposite Bischoff. We'll soon see when they understeer coming out of the pits. Well, oh no, Yannick Blum doesn't get started. So I think we've got at least, we got 4. I think we've got 5 drivers on slicks, 7 drivers on slicks. The 2 drivers in Max Masters, they're racing for their own championship, which has been dominated and all but won by Martin Passenden, but they're on the same compound of tyres, so that'll be a straight race, whether it's for the win overall or whether it's 3 laps down to everybody else. I don't think we've got 5 drivers. I've got the numbers of 4 of them: James Bischoff, Yannick Blum, Nora Luaka and Jan Koch, who are on slick tyres. And at the back of the picture you can see a couple of drivers struggling to gain traction. Now it is going to be a painful and very, very risky opening. I mean, I've got to say, unless with the new tarmac, it's a very low shower. This side of the circuit, it's not, do you know what? It's not as wet. The back part of the circuit is by no means as wet as turns 1, 2 and 3. The problem that we're going to have now is that can the drivers on slick tyres actually keep pace with the rolling laps and take their grid positions? Well, these are the drivers on wet tyres. How do I know this? Because they're turning the corners. If you look back, travelling a little bit slower, one more time around. Now, if I were Samuel Ifrid and fellow front row starter, Samuel Shah, I would slow right down now. Why? Because it stopped raining. And they need to make sure they do as few laps as possible before you get into the race on wet tyres. 26 laps. Oh, there's a spin. That's the number 30. I mean, that shows you how treacherous it still is. That was a 309 kart of Lorenzo Roncaroni, and he's on wets. Now, yes, slow down. Let the drivers on slicks, and you can see them still coming, out of turn number 1. Because if they're not caught up, the race director will send you round again. And every time you go round on wet tyres when it's not raining, you're using up grip and helping the drivers on slick tyres. So literally, that's right, anchors. Stand on them. Wait for them all to close in, because you want to start the race on the wettest track possible. Row number 2, you can see the 397 kart of Luca Pozzo and Alain Bercheville. Watch for Leo Gupsa, who didn't start race number 2 after winning heat number 1. They come into the tram lines. There's still a couple of stragglers, but we're off and racing. And running very wide. That is Shah. Somehow he keeps out of the barriers. But if the drivers on wet tyres are struggling to get through turn number 1 at racing speed, what is it going to be like if you're on slicks? Well, there's the answer. Not that driver, because that driver is a driver on wet tyres. But at the very back, you can see the drivers on slicks understeering into the corners. However, this half of the track, you can see there's less spray being kicked up. 26 laps is an awfully long way. There isn't a great deal of wind, so there's no breeze to dry the track. However, it's brand new tarmac, and that could mean it's very, very porous, which means that it absorbs water very quickly. So, we'll keep you updated with lap times. It's Samuel Ifrid leading the way. Luca Pozzo is second. Shah is third. There we're looking at Camalander and Satelli, 4th and 5th. Schupman is 6th, followed by Harder and Dos Santos. They did their first lap, 51.4, 52 seconds. At the back of the field, Kai Traub has not gone out, so Kai Traub did not start. You've got Miros Fagusa, Nora Lwaka, Martin Pasnik. Jan Koch is the fastest driver on slick tyres. No, it's actually, where is James Bischoff? James Bischoff in 18th position, 57. Oh, there's James Bischoff, not in 18th position. I was about to say he was the fastest driver on the opening lap on wet tyres, and now he has binned it back to last. That's the risk you run. Bischoff gets going again. The fastest driver, it's Alessio Strollo. Kart 362. He is 19th overall now, 57.3. So slick tyres are 7 seconds a lap slower than wet tyres. At the moment, this is lap 3 of 26. So change for the lead. Well, actually, is that change there? Oh, that is the number 3. That's Alessio Strollo. So all these drivers on slick tyres, you've got to keep it on the grey stuff. You cannot spin. You'll cost yourself more time, and if the race does eventually come to you, you'll be too far back to capitalise. So it's such a delicate balance. You've got to push as hard as you can, but not overdrive it. There's the 3-2-3 of Nora Lwaka. So far, of the 8 drivers we've seen starting on slick tyres, we have seen 4 of them spin and Lwaka retire. Pozzo now leads. We saw a lead change. It was Luca Pozzo for the first time, takes the lead of the race from Ifrid and Shah. There they are, the top 3. Well, no, that's actually Gupsa moving up. Leo Gupsa is up the 7th position. Maxim Harder, Mark Schupman just behind him. There's number 312 kart of Kevin Ummel, the Prima Klima Racing driver. Ummel on that Lando Norris chassis. And there's the 393 and the 302. That is the battle for second place. Oh, a little bit of door handling. And the number 330 kart of Dominic Dunner from the Ostweiss Kart Club goes for a spin. And I'm looking down where Jan Koch is in 19th position. Well, 55-second lap time now on slick tyres. Slick tyres are only 4 seconds a lap slower, but Jan Koch in 90. Oh, there's a retirement, and that is Ifrit. I don't believe it. Your championship leader and champion-elect out of the race. And with 25 drivers, that's going to be a poor score. Well, he'll have to use this as one of his dropped scores. What has happened there? It looks like the rear axle is locked up. No, that's not Ifrit, sorry, that's Shah. I do apologise. Samuel Shah, second in the championship. Same team, wrong number. Well, if Ifrit had any doubts about his championship title, they have gone now. Shah out of the race. The order is Luca Pozzo leading Samuel Satelli. There they are. Pozzo is fourth in the championship. He is yet to step on a podium this year. Satelli is seventh in the championship, likewise 0 podiums. And here they are, battling for the lead. They pulled clear of Samuel Ifrit. Henry Dos Santos is up into 4th position. Leo Gupsa is 5th. Kevin Ummel, a great 6th ahead of Maximilian Kammerlander. Alan Berishfield, who spun to last on the opening lap, is charging through the field up to 8th. Mark Schupman is 9th. Rico Blica is 10th. New leader, number 302, Samuel Satelli. Jimenez 11th. Conning 12th. Harder 13th. Dunner 14th. Joan Bischoff is 15th. Elliot Jeromin is 16th. 17th is Lorenzo Roncaroni. 18th on slick tyres is Jan Koch. Still 3 to 4 seconds a lap slower. Oh, and that nose cone looks decidedly... right, we'll get into this now. Look at the nose cone of the race leader, number 302. And each kart has a bracket on that nose cone that is designed to drop if it makes contact with another kart. That is a time penalty. Now, I don't have the rule book in front of me, which is it a 5-second or a 10-second penalty, but it will be a penalty. And there is a driver with 3 wheels on his wagon. It's the number 309 of Lorenzo Roncaroni, and that is always the issue. We spoke about it earlier. When there's a rush to change tyres, overstressed, overworked mechanics can occasionally forget to tighten the wheel, and that is what can happen. Jan Koch is still 4 seconds a lap slower. We're on lap 8 out of 26. Jan Koch, though, is 26 seconds behind the last place driver on wet tyres. The 359 kart now goes off. That's Mark Schupman out of 8th place in the number 359 Cosmic chassis for the Kart Team Maya operation. I tell you something, we're going to have some really unsuspecting names in the top 10 before this one is out. Ifrit has dropped to 5th position. There he is behind Gubsa. Here's your leader, but I mean, obviously I can't tell for certain, but if ever I saw a drop nose cone, Samuel Satelli's nose cone is it. And he is coming up to lap some of the drivers on slick tyres. We're on lap 10 of 26. He goes past Yannick Blum. Yannick Blum, the last kart still running, in 19th position. Well, actually, no, he's not, because Alessio Strollo is 20th, James Bishop 21st, Miros Fagusa 22nd, Lorenzo Roncaroni 23rd. There's the 330 kart. That's Dominic Dunner out of 13th place, having a brief spin. So we've actually still got 22 drivers of the 26 starters still in this race, which is pretty impressive. But yes, that nose cone, if that nose cone got any lower, it'd dig itself a tunnel. So what Samuel Satelli has to do His job now, I don't know if it's a 5-second penalty or a 10-second penalty, but try and win by so much of a big margin that your nose cone penalty does not matter. I can't see it happening, although he's got a bit between his teeth. There is Jan Koch in 16th position. So, Satelli has now lapped everybody up to 15th place Mark Schuppmann. And Jan Koch, a 54.496 last time around. That was Jan's personal best lap, but Satelli is doing 49s. He's getting quicker and quicker. We're approaching half distance, and I'm going to say it, I'm going to stick my neck above the parapet and say that I believe the slick tyre gamble isn't going to pay off. Stranger things have happened, but it looks highly unlikely. Samuel Satelli is absolutely driving. Oh! And like Romeo and Juliet in a lover's tryst, the 315 kart of Alejandro Jimenez and the 367 of Tristan Koning, they've both been in the wars today, and they dropped back to, well, they were both in the top 10 actually. A brief rundown of the running order as we watch a very spread out field. Samuel Satelli leads by 3.5 seconds, although I am 99.9% sure that his nose cone has dropped, therefore he'll incur a penalty. The question now remains, how much does he win the race by? Oh, and another one bites the dust. That is Alain Bierschville, and he's driven from last up into the top 6, and then it's broken. Oh, devastating for Alain Bierschville. There's your leader. Now 5 seconds in front of Luca Pozzo. Pozzo could be on course to inherit the win if Satelli has a drop nose cone, which, to be fair, yes he does. But, and I can't put my hands to the regulation that says a 5-second penalty or a 10-second penalty for nose cone. If it's 5 seconds, well, Satelli's already 5 seconds in front of Pozzo. Henry Dos Santos is up into 3rd position on the number 322 P Performance Tony kart. He is about 1.5 seconds behind Pozzo. So there's your leader going up through turn 4. Leo Gubser is 4th. Kevin Ummel is 5th. Ifrid just cruising around, staying out of trouble in 6th. Smart driving. Rico Bleeker is now 7th. Max Kammerlander is 8th. Then it's Maxim Harder in 9th. And Dominic Dunner, who we've seen have a spin, he is still in 10th place with the fastest lap of the race, 49.65. Joan Bischoff is 11th, followed by Mark Schuppmann and Elia Jerome. Then it's Alessandro Jimenez, Tristan Koenig, and in 16th position, 1 lap down, Jan Koch is the first runner on slick tyres. James Bischoff, Alessio Strollo, Martin Passadin, Yannick Blum, and Miro Sfagusa are the remaining runners. 21 drivers still in the race. Alain Bierschville has been disqualified. So coming on my screen, he was disqualified. I gotta say, I didn't notice the black flag coming up from the starter's stand. But obviously, a transgression worthy of an instant disqualification. So let's have a little look down through the running order. You're looking at this. There's the number 356 cut. That's Rico Bleeker. Briefly on your screen. There's Satelli. He goes through turn number 1. He just is in an absolute class of his own. 6.5 seconds up the road. There's Ifrid across the line. He is being chased by Maxim Harder. And we're looking at the 315 of Alejandro Jimenez. And he is being caught by Tristan Koenig. Now, these two already have had one discussion, shall we say, this race. Are they about to have another one? I hope not. 10 laps to go. 10 torchless tours around this classic classic Swiss circuit. It has seen some drama over the years, and now, with the tickets for the grand final for the Swiss team up for grabs, we are seeing a bit of Mother Nature related drama. There goes the number 321 car to Maxim Harder, who drops Ifrid to 8th, and Ifrid is just cruising around. There's Dunner in 10th position, Dominic Dunner for the Ostweiss Kart Club. Ifrid now 7 seconds, and he is starting to, well, he's put Yannick Blum 2 laps down now. Miros Fagusa, Yannick Blum are both 2 laps down in 20th and 21st. Martin Passendin is about to go 2 laps down. And although the slick tyre, well, James Bischoff has just done a 51.6. That's the best lap of anybody on slick tyres, 51.6. But Samuel Zatelli is still lapping in 49.47. There is the number 356 kart, Rico Bleeker. Bleeker has gone into the top 5. So Rico Bleeker is up at the 5th. Gubser is 4th. At the moment, the podium would be Zatelli, Pozzo and Dos Santos. Samuel Zatelli has now got 8 laps to pull another 2.5 seconds out on Luca Pozzo. If he does that, he will win by over 10 seconds. And I'm pretty convinced that even with a nose cone penalty, that would still be a victory. I've never heard of a 15 or 20 second penalty for a drop nose cone. It's normally 5 or 10. There's number 377, Leo Gubser. What a day of highs and lows it's been for Leo. Winning the opening race, failing to start, effectively race 2, and now driving from the middle of the pack up into the top 4. He is 1.6 seconds behind third place driver Luca Pozzo, because Henry Dos Santos has just charged past Pozzo into P2. Now, we were talking about Pozzo inheriting a potential win if Zatelli got a penalty. Let's try Henry Dos Santos. Henry Dos Santos has had one, count them, one top 10 finish all year, and that was at Vesoul. I can't for the life of me recall if it was raining there or not, but he is certainly, there he goes off your screen, being chased now by number 397 Luca Pozzo. So the gap is actually, last time around, 48.2 for Zatelli, 48.8 for Dos Santos. The gap is 8.7 seconds between first and second, but Dos Santos is dropping Luca Pozzo like a bad habit. Dos Santos is now the man on the move. Pozzo, Gubser, Bleeker, Hummel, Harder, Ifrid, Dunner and Kamalander. Your top 5. Henry Dos Santos, out of turn number 10, looks over his shoulder. Now look at the different driving style. You can see Samuel Zatelli is hurling himself round in the seat. The kart's up on 3 wheels going into every corner. Dos Santos is as smooth and as still as anything you like. And you can also notice there is less spray on the circuit. Now, slick tyres was a gamble that failed in this race. However, the drivers the next race, DD2, they will see that Jan Koch has just gone around on slick tyres in a time of 50.2. That's still slower than Samuel Zatelli, who's at a 48.1. However, 48.7 for James Bischoff. Slick tyres now the same lap time as wet tyres, and it's got to be slicks. It's not raining anymore. It's got to be slicks from here on in for everybody else, as Leo Gubser takes over Pozzo for third place. So Pozzo, after looking so good, is now off the podium. Zatelli leads by 8 seconds, 8.8 seconds. So Zatelli, for peace of mind, well, he'll know how much a nose cone penalty is. I can't for the life of me remember. But On to lap 23 out of 26. The number 315 car goes through your screen. That is Alejandro Jimenez. He's in 14th position, just in front of Mark Shupman. There's some real shocks here. You've got, well, a podium of Satelli, Dos Santos and Gupsa at the moment. Then it's Pozzo, Bleeker, Hummel, Harder, Dunner, Ifrid, only 9th. Now there's Satelli. I mean, it looks... That car looks fast, but you can see him moving around in the seat. He's not doing it as much now that the circuit is drying out. He's still doing personal best laps. Last time around, a 47.78 second lap. 47.31. That's the best lap of the race. Well, that's his best lap of the race. We'll wait to see Yankoff come across the line, a 48.3. So it's much of a muchnut between slicks and wets. But with no more rain, the slicks are only going to get quicker, the wets are only going to get slower. But that matters not. The gap is now 9.7 seconds between Satelli and Dos Santos. Out of turn 7 and 8, into turn number 9. Samuel Satelli is going to start his 25th and penultimate lap now. Is the lead over 10 seconds? We wait for Henry Dos Santos. We wait. Here comes Dos Santos. The gap is... Wait for it. 10.8 seconds. Satelli, I believe, has done enough. Dos Santos has now got to do something over the last lap and a half to close that gap, but Satelli has looked supreme. He has looked absolutely supreme. You can see a dry line emerging. Joan Bischoff has just set a new fastest lap of the race, 46.339. Joan is up in the 9th position. And it's Dos Santos second, Gupsa is third, Pozzo is fourth, then Bleeker. Bleeker in 5th has got Maxim Harder and Kevin Hummel right behind him. There's the number 362 kart of Alessio Strollo going another lap down. But of course, those drivers on slick tyres, suddenly they're the same speed as the drivers on wets. So it makes lapping them a little bit harder because the drivers on slicks don't want to move offline. There's a dry line developing, but offline it's still very, very greasy indeed. Final lap time. Samuel Satelli, 11.9 seconds up the road. Nose cone penalty or not, it has been a wet weather masterclass from Samuel Satelli. He takes the checkered flag. Henry Dos Santos, what a drive. That's a lapped driver, one of many lapped drivers. Dos Santos comes across the line there. P2 for Henry Dos Santos. Gupsa has gone across the line in 3rd position. Pozzo is 4th. And will Rico Bleeker hold on? Yes, he will. He just beats Kevin Hummel, Maxim Harder, Dominic Dunner, Joe Bischoff. We wait still for 10th place driver Maximilian Kamalander crosses the line. Samuel Ifrid cruises home in 11th place to seal the title and to confirm his return. And there he is. He knows he has got a nose cone penalty, but he has been told you won by 12.7 seconds. Now does he make the weight? Yes, he does. Well, it's not often in karting, a sport famous for its close neck-and-neck finishes, that a driver gets a front fairing penalty or a nose cone penalty or a front bumper drop down or pushback or whatever the terminology that you use around the world. It's not often that you get a nose cone penalty and still win a final because you dominated it so much. Henry Dos Santos, well, he's several karts back. There's so many lapped karts. Only the top 13 finishers out of the 20 drivers that finished that race, only the top 13 were on the lead lap. And all 13 of those drivers were on wets. But by the end of the race, the slick drivers were as quick, if not quicker. There goes Luca Pozzo just missing out on a podium in 4th place. The 322 cart is being pushed away. Henry Dos Santos has got through the weigh scales, and now we look back a long way back in that line of carts after just cruising around to pick up 11th place points. Samuel Ifrid, well, he can drop that if he wishes to. And there is your Max Masters winner in 18th place, Martin Passenden. He seals the title as well. There's the 356. Rico Bleeker, a top 5 for Rico, which is passed, as he is confirmed in 5th position. Well, provisionally in 5th, he's passed the weighing scales. And the rest coming through. There are some celebrations going on in the background. That's the Ubik Racing number 321 of Maxim Harder, but there's another Ubik liveried blue cart with the number 326 on it. It's towards the back of the queue, but that would be Samuel Ifrid's cart, and that is your champion. As the rest of the field file through, we'll take a short break. Welcome back as we look at Leo Gubser making his way onto the podium. 3rd place. Well, that's not too much of a bad day. A win, a non-start, and then 3rd place in the final. Henry Dos Santos. What a drive from that young man. His first podium of the year and only his 2nd top 10 finish of the year, but Samuel Satalian, again, thank you on the live chat. I've just picked up on it. Jonas Hugli, 5-second penalty for a drop nose. So Satali was home and dry a lot earlier than I thought he was. Well, he was home, but he wasn't dry. None of them are dry. And there's going to be some rather damp race suits getting washed and dried tonight. And yeah, the older driver's getting an interview. Now my Swiss stroke French stroke, well, my Swiss is, the only Swiss word I know is yodele, 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 hee-hoo, and Toblerone. So.
Vater gesagt, wenn wir wirklich reissen, dann muss Regen kommen und dann die richtige Strategie fahren und das haben wir auch gemacht. Wir haben den Aufzug richtig verwünscht und die Übersetzung, alles passt. Und wir haben es gestern im Training schon gesehen, morgen, dass wir im Regen relativ stark sind. Und ja, es hat gelangt.
No, I'm guessing that he's saying obviously it was stressful, but he pushed hard, knew he had a nose-cone penalty, just had to get away, and yeah, a great race, I'm assuming. He could have said something completely different, but that's the general gist.
Schlechte Glück, so im zweiten Lauf. Darum habe ich einfach ein bisschen ruhig meine Runde gefahren und hat geklappt.
Jetzt ist das letzte Rennen, das letzte Finale der Schweizer Meisterschaft. Schnell ein, zwei Highlights von der Saison.
Also definitiv Training Wohlen. Die haben mir immer extrem viel Spaß gemacht, vor allem auf der Kartbahn, die neu ist. Zwar schwierig zum Fahren, aber es macht definitiv Spaß.
Merci vielmals. Und dann noch zu dir. Italiano, English.
So, but here's the man, Henry Dos Santos.
Il highlight della saison.
Allora la stagione è andata non bene, tutto l'anno che combattiamo per almeno un podio, una vittoria e finalmente è arrivato oggi e niente, sono contento per la seconda posizione.
Grazie mille. So, also,
Dos Santos giving his interview in Italian. There is your provisional senior Rotax podium. Now we set our sights on the penultimate race of the day. In fact, the penultimate race of the entire Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland season. It is DD2. The championship is all but won by Leonardo Principali, 22 points ahead coming into today. He has outscored Filippo Lacca. So Principali in kart 404, Philip Luaka in kart 424, and as you can see, everybody on slick tyres. There is a dry line now, but the track is not fully dry. Nobody will want to get off that dry line, which is going to make overtaking very risky. And so we must be patient. Everyone will want to get single file as quickly as possible. Principali, 4 wins out of 5 so far this season in the finals. His only non-final victory was a second place at Levier. And in fact, he is dropping 2 second place finishes. He has got nearly a perfect score. So even on drop scores, yes, Principali, this, well, oh dear, now, I was about to say, this is sort of a victory too over Principali, and let's have a look, 4-1-7, that's Mike Zerka, the Bio Kart in Paralin driver, having a moment. Gathers himself together. So, 10 drivers in total. So, Fabian Bergenza sadly had to withdraw. Principali, MKC Motorsport, Tony Kart chassis, leads the field to the line. Luaka on the outside of the front row. But this is Principali's crowning glory. He makes the best start. Oh, Luaka just gets understeered into by Mattia Bonella. Not Bonella's fault. He just trying to get traction offline. There's the treacherous nature of the non-racing line. And these 2-speed DD2 karts, they are a handful at the best of times. They are monstrous in damp conditions on slick tyres. And, well, Principali, if you want to save some time watching the Japanese Grand Prix tomorrow morning, just imagine Leonardo Principali is Max Verstappen. By turn 3, he is up the road and gone. No one's going to see him all day until it's time to spray the champagne on the podium. Let's have a look. 43.168 opening lap for Principali. Michael Kuntz is 2 seconds back in second place in kart 443. 44.7, his best lap. Mattia Benella is third. Giuliano Cucciolillo is fourth. Then it is Yannick Sen, Mike Zerka, Philippe Lewacka down to seventh after sort of that side swipe, an intentional side swipe by Mattia Benella in turn number 1. So he will start his fight back from 7th place. Eric Muller 8th, Livio Pinti 9th, and Yves Schaub 10th. Here is a look at midfield battle. The number 424 is Philippe Lewacka already. Philippe has passed Eric Muller and Mike Zercher up in the 6th position, and he's now going after Yannick Sen. And no sooner can I say the name Yannick Sen, he is overtaken. And now it is the turn of Giuliano Cucciolillo to start looking over his shoulder. However, Giuliano has just done the fastest lap of the race, 42.192. So Michael Kuhns now takes that honour. So Principali leads by 1.3 seconds. His advantage has actually shrunk a little bit, believe it or not. It was, 2 seconds after lap 1. He's coming back to the field, you know. Scrap what I said. This is far more entertaining than tomorrow's Japanese Grand Prix will ever be. You can quote me on that. Let's see how well that comment ages. Because Principali, 41.9, Kuhns 41.5, Benella in third, 41.6, Cucciolillo 41.8. Of the top 5 drivers on track, Principali, the race leader, is the slowest one. Now, obviously, there are potentially mitigating circumstances because 404 Principali is effectively acting as the guinea pig. You know, with track conditions changing, he's got nobody in front of him to gauge the track conditions of. Whereas that driver there and everybody else, Michael Kuntz in the 443, he can simply see where Principali is braking and sort of copy him or brake a little bit later. I have to say, there is Principali looking over his shoulder. That is not normally the sign of a driver that is completely happy with their kart. Did we see Samuel Sattelli look over his shoulder in the last race? No, because he was in complete harmony, man and machine. Principali, looking back, that tells me he's a little bit concerned on this, lap 6 of 26. His lead just 0.4 of a second. Again, loses half a second of that last lap. Do you notice that Michael Kuntz and Mattia Benella are going to catch and attack Leonardo Principali. Now, Michael Kuntz, 4th in the championship. He has had 2 third-place finishes this year. New leader, no, side by side, but Principali's not going to give it up. But certainly, I think Lorenzo Principali, his team went for a wet setup on that kart. I think that they've got slick tyres on, but the car is at wet settings, and that's not working. It was great in the first couple of laps when the track was at its wettest, the tyres weren't up to temperature yet. Now the slick tyres are up to temperature and the track continues to dry out. That setup is not working, and he's got 1, 2, 3 sitting on his tail. Kuhns, Benella and Cucciolillo. Lewacka just as a 40.1 in 5th position. He is 3 point. There is Philippe Lewacka, briefly in 5th position. He was 3.6 seconds behind Cucciolillo, but that is going to change because Cucciolillo is not now the driver in 4th position. Cucciolillo is now at the P3 because he's overtaken Mattia Benella. So let's have a look at some of the contenders at the front. Kuhns, just spoken about him, 4th in the championship. Oh, actually, let's have a look. No, that was Zerka. 2 third-place finishes for Michael Kearns this year. Giuliano Cucciolillo, no podiums this year, but he's had a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. And then Mattia Bonella, a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, and an 8th. Oh, well, jackpot. But he wants a 3rd. If you could do 6 rounds and finish 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, that is a royal flush, plus the card you had up your sleeve. That's not bad going. Principali, though, catching is one thing. Michael Kearns has learned overtaking is much different. But coming out of turn number 3, when the cart needs traction going up the hill, Principali just does not have it. That's twice now Michael Kearns has been able to get alongside, but he's on the outside line and therefore cannot get the traction, well, cannot get around the outside of Principali before they get to turn number 5. But that is Principali's weak spot is coming out of turn 3. Let's watch through here now. So, Kearns, he takes a wider line than Principali. He's going to drive the car up the hill now. Better from Principali. So I think we'll need to see Michael Kearns risk going off the driest line onto a damp line, just so he can get the power down going up the hill out of turn 3 earlier and cleaner. And even if Principali defends, the momentum should carry Kearns by. Cucciolillo and Bonella run 3rd and 4th. Luaka is still 3 seconds behind Matteo Bonella in 5th. Mike Zerka is 6th. Yannick Sen is 7th. Eric Muller is 8th. Livio Pinti is 9th. And Yves Schaub is 10th. I'm sorry if I've neglected the live chat. I haven't had it up in the commentary box all day today, but I did. So thank you very much for all your comments coming in. I know Leo Gonzalez, Florin Eggenberger, all getting lots of support on the live chat. So, dear me, someone has someone's been at the Baileys early on. I said, can I commentate on the Irish Grand Prix next year? And I'd absolutely love to. That's a good crack. But I have to speak to other people about that. And now change the lead, is it? No. But that's the 3rd time that Michael Kearns has tried it there and it's not worked. The rest of the lap, I've got to say, Principali and Kearns look quite equal. But Kearns may have to go back to the drawing board because now Cucciolillo is right behind him, and yep, he now knows. So every time Kearns goes drastically offline going into a corner, he leaves the door open, and Cucciolillo would automatically try and force his way through. There we go. Now up the hill, better drive, almost wheel-to-wheel contact. Can he cut to the inside? Not enough room in these very fast DD2 carts. Plus, Principali is defending for his life worth. And there's a mistake from Kearns. He runs wide. Cucciolillo now up into 2nd position. Principali gets a little bit of breathing space. This will be an interesting thing to note now. Will we see Cucciolillo try the same move going up the hill, or will we see Cucciolillo attack somewhere different? There is Principali's weak spot, and Bonella is back to 3rd. Kearns down to 4th. Luaka is just 2 seconds behind Michael Kearns. So Luaka is closing in, but with 11 laps to go, he's not closing in quick enough. Kearns looks definitely very, very good coming out the corners, but maybe he's had to use a bigger tooth on the sprocket to give him better acceleration out of the corners. And of course, better acceleration out of the corners is fantastic, but it does hinder your top speed. And Kearns looks very good coming out of the corners, but then just hasn't got the power to work their way past and overtake somebody under braking. He's always trying to out-accelerate somebody from a corner to gain a position rather than out-brake them to gain a position. in this race. Principali, Cuccinillo, the gap now stabilised at half a second. Bonella and Coons have fallen back to third and fourth. Cuccinillo, new fastest lap, 39.048 on this, lap 17 out of 26. Now he's got the bit back between his teeth. Out of turn 6, into turn number 7. He goes through 9 and 10. There'll be 6 to go next time around. Now there's Principi looking over his shoulder again. He realizes that it's a new challenger. Will the same tactic work on Cuccinillo that worked very effectively on Michael Coons earlier on in this race? Cuccinillo closing in once again. He's not as close as Coons was at the start of this race, but he's getting there. He's getting there. He's going to be there. We start lap number 19 very shortly. Principali. The more Principali looks over his shoulder, the more that is telling you that he is not confident in his kart to have the pace to beat people in a straight fight. He thinks, okay, I am the smallest dog in the fight in terms of horsepower here, so I have to have the, not the sharpest, but the most savvy bite. I've got to know exactly, so we'll wonder if we'll start to see Principali move around off the racing line going into turn number 3, or coming out of turn number 3, to counteract the same similar type of maneuver that we saw Michael Coons try so hard. We'll find out here. Now, Cuccinillo isn't quite as good through that technical section as Michael Coons was, but he is overall faster. And we're not giving anybody else much coverage, but this is for the race lead. And then you've got Bonella and Coons third and fourth. Luaka is fifth with Zurcher in sixth, and a gap back to Muller, and Muller has got Pinty, Sen right with him, so a good 3-kart battle for 7th, 8th and 9th, and then Yves Schaub. One laps out of 26. And that brief but very powerful squall has dissipated, and the track, sure with help from the fact that it's brand new tarmac and therefore very porous, is bone dry once again. What is also bone dry is the cabinet, and the race leader, Principali, there, Giuliano Cuccinillo's trophy cabinet this year for the Swiss Rotax Championship is also empty, but as you can see, Principali, Leonardo Principali, getting a little bit ragged as the laps wind down. Another look over his shoulder. I would love to hear an interview with Principali afterwards just to see what was wrong with that kart, because he just briefly skimmed the outside wall coming on to start finish straight. Just there, he reins it in a little bit, but still loses time. So, key section is here. Now, how much better is Cuccinillo out of this corner? Because this is where Principali struggles. He's a bit quicker, he's got a little bit more top end than Coons, but he forces Principali to defend. This is the battle for the race lead. Principali is on his way to the championship and a place in the Rotax Grand Finals. Can Giuliano Cuccinillo snatch what would be a 5th win of the season away from Principali? Into turn number 1, down the hill. I think the late, great, Principali is not going to give up this fight, this without a fight at all. I know he's the champion, that matters to him nothing at the moment. It's all about winning each and every race. The late great dart commentator Sid Waddell said once of multiple dart champion Phil the Power Taylor, that he was so focused he wouldn't give a bead of sweat off his forehead to a man dying of thirst. That is how much these top level drivers want to win. That is how much they put into it, and that is how much they hate to lose. So, championship victory or not, Principali will not give this up for love nor money. If Giuliano Cucciolillo wants it, he is going to have to do something special. Here he goes, side by side. Principali wheel banging it over 70 miles an hour. Principali hangs on. What was that quote about not giving a bead of sweat to a man dying of thirst? Principali's not giving up this one. They're going to have to prize top spot out of his cold grasp. Cucciolillo has tried. It's the last lap. Lap 26. Michael Kuhn still runs third. Benella's fallen back to sixth. They're through turn 5. There's an opportunity for Cucciolillo here. He'll have to... No! Principali defends. By my reckoning, he's got one more opportunity, and it's into turn number 9. He's got a good run out of 7, through 8, but Principali plants it on the apex, defends well. Are we going to get a crossover? Drag race to the line in DD2? No! Principali holds on. Oh no, that's a big crash there. That is Benella out of the race out of 6th position. Oh wow, what has happened there? Eric Muller. No, that's Mike Zurcher, sorry. That's got half the cart ripped off. That's one heck of an accident. No side pod, bent rear axle. And Mike Zurcher stands and watch. He is okay. He has had now, was it a 2-cart accident? Benella is, well, that looks like a mechanical failure. Benella, no, I think it was maybe the same, but that is, I wouldn't be surprised if that has written the chassis off there. But Principali, 5 wins out of 6, your champion provisionally. There is Giuliano Cucciolillo. A very, very brave fight from Giovanni, and he gets his first podium of the year. Oh, there's number 443, Michael Kuhns. He gave it a go. Nobody could break down the defenses of Leonardo Principali. There he is. Whew. I mean, that looks like a relieved hug. Obviously, there's happiness because of the ticket, but I think that if we hear an interview, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if he'll do it in English or not, but I'll be really interested to see if he sort of divulges what the cart was like or what the problem was, because I am sure, 100% sure, that all was not well. But all's well that ends well. It's not an end for us yet, but we are going to take one last ad break. See you soon. Here we go then, the podium ceremonies have begun in DD2, finishing there, third place. Michael Kuhn, second place. Giuliano Cucciolillo, but your winner, what a performance, Leonardo Principi. Now I do hope he gets an interview like the senior drivers did, and I do hope he answers it in English, and I do hope the circuit commentator asks him what was wrong with the kart. We may get all of those things, we will probably get none. Let's have a look though.
It was the 6th final, so we won 5 of 10 finals. In Levier, you were second, so that must be a great season for you.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine to do such a perfect season with my team and my mechanic, and I'm so happy that it went like that, and I have to thank them all for their hard work.
2 or 3 words to your opponents.
You made me sweat a lot. It was very hard. I saw them trying to overtake, and I had to think about something to defend myself, and it went great.
Okay, thank you very much. Merci vielmals. Nochmal einen grossen Applaus für unsere 3 auf dem Podium.
Well, we got nearly everything I wished for. We got the English interview. We didn't quite get to the bottom of what the problem with the car was. If anything, of course. He might have just been playing games. Ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate you tuning in to watch selected rounds of the Swiss Rotax Max Challenge this year, courtesy of Alpha Live. This championship is growing and growing, and Rotax is extremely popular all around the world at the moment. So we do really appreciate your coverage. We appreciate the advertising sponsors behind the TV coverage that has allowed Alpha to put this on for you. We've got one race to go this year. One race. It's DD2 Masters. 17 drivers. The championship is all but sewn up. Jan Adriano has won 3 out of the 5 finals. Now some of these Sony karts just gets underway there. Adriano came into this event with a 23-point lead. He's scored maximum points in the heats, so he is another 3 points minimum better off. Lots of things could still happen and occur, but Adriano is a safe bet. He has done enough over the course of the season to allow himself a tiny margin of leeway to just relax a little bit, like we saw Samuel Ifrin do in juniors. Almost bone dry, still a few little damp patches just offline at turn number 1, but that is nothing that these drivers don't know how to cope with. 26 more laps on the road to Bahrain. Andreo, Glauser, Hitchcock have all raced at the big dance. Will Andreo make it another appearance this time around in 2023? Into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start from the outside. That's the Sony kart. Let's have a little look. That is obviously Jan Adriano leading as they come into turn number 5 on the opening lap of 26. Under pressure though is Adriano, and that is the Cosmic of Alessandro Glauser, challenging him hard. Again, Glauser just got to try and win the race, and who knows what else is possible. But no one has been able, well, Adriano has seen off all comers so far today. 3 karts, all in a line. The third of those karts is the 577 machine of Michael Hitchcock. Marcel Muckli is 4th. Daniele Tommaso is 5th. Werner Eichenberger is 6th. Nicola Rani is 7th. Keith Wilson is 8th. Daniel Schaub 9th, and Jean-Claude Zurbriggen round out the top 10. But we have a close battle at the front. Certainly Adriano is not pulling away. Klauser and Hitchcock keeping him well within arm's reach. We move to lap number 3. All 17 starters still running. Adriano, Glauser, Hitchcock, Muckley, Tommaso, Eichenberger, Wilson, Rani, Schaub, and Dudler, rather. Stefan Dudler. Then it's Tony Texiera, Debo Notafrancisco, Jean-Claude Zurbriggen, Eric Dow, Ulay Fitch, Gilberto Luaca, and Gianfranco Bassoni rounds out the full running order. All 17. All 17 runners in this, the very last race of the Swiss Rotax Championship in 2023. Now, Klauser challenged Adriano earlier on today, but could not find a way past. Adriano, I won't say he looked comfortable, but looks over his shoulder. He's certainly not under any pressure. Not I think he would defend on lap 5 out of 26. That's just not what DD2 Masters drivers tend to do. They're masters because they got more experience. And therefore, it's not necessarily as much sort of crazy defending and they approach their race with a slight psychology than the young upstarts. Top 3. 1, 2, 3. Then it is the Lando Norris car of number 557, Marcel Muckley, in 4th place. That's right, Marcel, what did I say? You should be in position to capitalise. Be the first driver in position to capitalise on anyone else's misfortune. You have to be. Sometimes we've seen today that karting can be fantastically enlightening and heartening. It can also be absolutely heartbreaking and devastating. There's a battle further back. That was Werner Eichenberger in 7th place, holding off Stefan Dudler in the number 566 car in 8th. Across the line they both go. Down the hill, that very distinctive blue suit with the yellow feathers on it being worn by Werner Eichenberger. And still, Glauser is within half a second of Jan Adriano. But judging by the way that, just judging by the way that number 5, Morky has been racing, not quite sure if now, I was just getting distracted a bit because I noticed out of the window that there were some more spots of rain, and look at that on the camera. It confirms that, okay, lap times. Now, last time around, number 536 there he is. Was that past the lead, being repassed? I think it no, that was a little bit further down the order. Here are the leaders. So, we start lap number 10. Last time around, okay, Jan Adriano did his best lap of the race, 38.904 seconds. Klauser at 39.3, 3/10 up his pace. We're going to keep checking. Now let's see. Last time it was the race leader's fastest lap of the race so far. Let's see if the rain that I can see is falling. You can see it on your cameras, on your screens. Out of turn 9. Into 10, through 11. We're waiting, my monitor, a 39.1. So only 0.2 of a second off his personal best. Not because the tyres are warm, even though it's not heavy rain. And with 17 karts on hot, slick Mojo rubber, and they're all quite spread out now, just pounding around, the track will take a lot longer to become wet. So the drivers have got to keep on that dry line, got to try and keep temperature in the tyres. Michael Hitchcock has caught Alessandro Glauser for second place. I wonder if there'll be a slight deal between Hitchcock and Glauser, so that they can both try and catch Adriano out of turn number 9 through 10. Oh, sorry, this is turn 8. Now it's turn 9. They're both closing in a little bit on Jan Adriano. Actually, no, he pulls away by 2/10 on that last lap. Ignore what I was saying. Marcel Mockley, you can't ignore Marcel Mockley because he's the third kart just flashing in and out of your TV screens or computer screens, iPad screens, however and wherever you're watching this. Marcel Mockley is making a last-minute bid for a podium position. Mockley is 7th in the championship, never been on the podium. He's got a shot here. He absolutely does. He's bearing down, so he is a couple of tenths quicker than Adriano and Glauser. There. I'm not sure. Looking at the lap times, they haven't dropped off by that much, so that light drizzle has dissipated, and of course the warmth of the rubber on the tarmac has, be surprised, well, sometimes you see like almost like clouds of steam rising up from wet tarmac. No clouds of steam coming up this tarmac, but the weatherman did not lie. He said it looked a little bit dodgy today at points. We've got 12 to go. 12 to go. Adriano, 1.8 seconds to the good of Glauser, Hitchcock, Mockley. Where did you land, Keith Wilson? 5th. Now, let's have a look. So you cross the line. Adriano, 1.8 seconds in front of Glauser. Now, there is Michael Hitchcock. And in front of them, we have nearly a new leader. But there's a mistake, Jan Adriano. Now we have a new leader, Alessandro Glauser. Oh, and he squeezes Adriano onto the wet tarmac. That was a genius move. He didn't, weave, or he just forced Adriano onto the wet tarmac and then let Mother Nature do the rest. New leader, 5:06, Alessandro Glauser. Now, we thought earlier that Michael Hitchcock may be in a little bit of difficulty. A couple laps down as he crossed that finish line, he sort of reached down near the floor tray to find something. Hopefully it wasn't something important falling off that he needed. Mockley in 4th, then it's Dudler, Daniele Tommaso, Keith Wilson, Daniel Schaub, Tony Teixeira and Dimi Montefrancesco. Lap times have fallen off a clip all of a sudden. The best lap of the race was Jan Adriano. Oh, there's Tony Teixeira out of the race. Jan Adriano had the fast lap of the race, 38.904. They're now lapping in 47.4, 47.5. So we're lapping 8 seconds a lap slower than before. Oh, and you can see Adriano's kart snaking away from under a braking. This is going to be, well, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Adriano down to 3rd position, chasing down Michael Hitchcock with Marcel Mockley in 4th, Dudler 5th, Tommaso, Wilson, Schaub, Francisco, Zabrigan, Ramney, Eichenberger, Dow, Fritchie, Gilberto Luaca, and Texiera with Gianfranco Bassoni. I think there's Gianfranco. No, Gianfranco's still out there. We've got a couple of drivers going to go a lap down before too long. And that will make life really interesting because no one will want to move off the dry line and what remains of the driest line. Look at this, slick tyres. Absolutely zero tread on a wet track. The kart control is phenomenal. The respect that these two are showing each other is equally as impressive. Hitchcock goes around the outside of Jan Adriano. Absolutely superb. That is for P2. And Adriano speaks him. Oh dear, there's somebody in the wall coming out of turn number 4. And the marshal's there to tell the driver to slow down. It is... I can't even see the numbers. 507. That is, yes, Tony Texiera has called it enough. He's been in the wars somewhat today. Oh, Adriano locks it up at the braking, and that could have dangerous consequences. He does get better momentum. Now, that's the second time we've seen Michael Hitchcock reach down to almost where the caster and camber adjustment yoke are. I can't imagine he's trying to adjust the caster camber yoke of a kart. Now, these DD2 karts do have front brakes, so he may be fiddling with something with the brake lines, or he felt, you know, maybe he felt something that was, yeah, a little bit loose. We'll try and see. He's obviously not bothering his pace because he is just at a 53.0, short of Glauser's 52.48. Still mightily impressive for Hitchcock. Now let's have a look. Oh, there goes Adriano, erstwhile race leader and champion-elect Jan Adriano. There's a quick 360 on the grass, gets going again, and that puts Marcel Mockley on the podium. There goes the Lando Norris chassis of Marcel Mockley. Mockley rather. Can Adriano close back in? There are 6 laps to go. Stefan Dudler is 5th. Then it's Keith Wilson, Danielo Tommaso, Dimo Notafrancesco. Then Schaub, Tommaso, Fritchi, Eichenberger, Zubrigen, Doe, Rani, Loaka, Gilberto Loaka, then Gianfranco Bassoni, finally out of the race, Tony Texiera. 5 to go. Glauser, just a tenth of a second. Well, he's 4.4 seconds up on Michael Hitchcock. He's not going to catch him without Glauser making a mistake, although as you've just seen with Father Christmas, sorry, as you've just seen, mistakes can happen. Father Christmas, look at that. As you see with Jan Adriano, mistakes can happen. Just look like Father Christmas. There is your new race leader. 5 to go. Glauser positioning his body weight in the kart just to give it a, you know, to help rotate the balance of the kart whenever possible. And a little bit of an even weight distribution, yep. And he is 4.5 seconds ahead of Hitchcock, who holds off Mockley. Adriano in 4th, Dudler 5th, Wilson, Montefrancesco, Schaub, Ritchie, Tommaso, Eichenberger, Dow, Zubrigen, Rani, Noaka, Bassoni, Texiera. Texiera has finally retired. We run lap number 22 out of 26. Glauser and Hitchcock. They have to give best in the chase to Bahrain to Jan Adriano at the moment. Oh, That's a Sony kart. And is that the 525 of Luaka? Or is it the 536 of Adriano? Daniel, Tommaso, also on a Sony kart. Such unfortunate, we couldn't quite see the number. Oh no, now there's another problem for 568. Gianfranco Bassoni, GTA racing driver, out of the race. He was running 16th and last at the time. Here we go. 3 laps to go. Glauser. Well, he won 3 wins. This would be his 3rd win of the season. And he has been on the podium every other time. So really, if it wasn't for Jan Adriano's stunning form, Glauser would have won this championship by a comfortable margin. Keith Wilson is 3rd in the point standings. Lap times have gone up to 53s. It's very greasy. They're all on slick tyres. This is the last 2 laps of the season, the domestic Swiss season. Lots of other national and international Rotax champions to be crowned, tickets to be handed out to the grand finals. But the road to Bahrain starts for the Swiss team in just under 1,600 metres, because when they come round to start, not this lap, the next lap, it'll be the final lap. Klauser's 3.8 seconds up the road. He was almost looking down to see, to find if he got his wallet. Oh, can I just nip to the ice cream parlour and grab a snow cone or something like that, just while I'm waiting for everybody else to catch up with me. There he goes. And I did like the comment that people made to you, that they were going to try to make the worst kart possible for these conditions. It's it's like trying to control a boat sometimes. The kart is yearning and yawing all over the place. But Alessandro Glauser comes out of turn number 10. Across the line, 825 metres to go. He tiptoes through 1, down the hill to 2. Snakes his way back up towards 4. Lapped traffic in front of him. That matters not. Tommaso, Bassoni and Rani are nearly 2 laps down now. But when the rain came, Glauser's time was to shine. Into turn 7. 8. Out of the last corner. Hand in the air. Alessandro Glauser wins DD2 Masters. It's his 3rd final win of the season. It's not going to be a championship. There is Michael Hitchcock in 2nd, Marcel Mockley in 3rd, just being chased down at the end there by Jan Adriano, who I think has secured the title nonetheless. Stefan Dudler, Timo Notafrancesco, Keith Wilson, Daniel Schaub, Ueli Fritzi and Eric Dow are your top 10 in DD2 Masters. Werner Eschberger, I believe, or we'll check now as that more drivers come across the finish line. There it goes. We're still waiting. The top 7. Eschberger in 9th, Schaub and Dow. The top 11 finishers were on the lead lap, and that is it. Now, nerves are plenty. Scott is out. Next on On the scales of a 5.88. That is Jean-Claude Zubriggen. A smart livery car. Didn't quite see too much of it. He finished 12th in that race. A lap down. There is a very, very happy Marcel Mockley. Like we said, Mockley, 7th in the standings. It's his first podium of the year. He is safely over the weigh scales. And now there he is. Champion at last, Jan Adriano. He finished a disappointing 4th, but it's still an incredible season for Jan Adriano. Only finally he didn't win prior to the Sewell. And Frankie Accorta at the start of the season. A whoop of relief, I am sure. Yes, get the sponsor name in. We've got one more podium to bring you, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude today's broadcast. But before we get to that, let's have one last quick break. I'll be back with you for the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a very happy Marcel Mockley kicking his 3rd place trophy. And, Mikey Hitchcock's done his hair, all nice. 2nd position. Bit of Gareth Bales about him. And there's your winner. All business. Alessandro Glauser. The smile for the cameras. Now we're going to hear from the 3 drivers. There's a photo opportunity first. And what a day. What a day it has been. Glauser Hitchcock and Mockley on the podium. Now, where is our colleague, commentator? He's letting the DD2 Masters drivers off lightly. And so Glauser, Hitchcock and Mockley walk back to the paddock. In fact, everybody walks back to the paddock, because that concludes round 6 of the Rotax RMC Switzerland Championship. If you want to see the ticket holders when all results are confirmed, please go to the Rotax Switzerland, Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Facebook page. You can see the ticket holders there. Obviously, we can't bring you that because the DD2 Masters drivers' carts have not yet gone through full technical scrutineering. However, it just leaves me to say a huge thank you once again to the organisers of Rotax Switzerland, to all the sponsors for having Alpha Live and us on board. It's been a great pleasure to bring you some of the events from the 2023 RMC Swiss Championship. Good luck to all the drivers that have qualified for the grand finals. I will see you all in Bahrain. It's been a great season. We're glad to have you on board. There's one stop to go though, and it's a big one. We'll see you there, and we'll see you next year. Thank you.